busy. That's the only way I can describe it at the moment. We're on past each other in the driveway more times than not.
He has 2 horse people in his house.
Right, we'll just wave on our way back onto the deck.
Never understood that mindset of horses. But the further you look at it, as long as somebody else owns it.
That's right. I feel the same way.
Mom, let me explain it.
Oh, Lord.
And I've probably spent money that this whole crowd collectively on horses. As long as she's out there in that barn with them horses, I ain't listening to it.
Okay.
So,
He says that while she's not here.
It's being recorded.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna call her and tell her to watch me. That's what happens when you get them little girls. That's what they want, that's what they need.
Like Mama pushed it just as hard as,
It's like which of the little girls?
that's right. And Jenny likes it, I think.
Oh, I didn't.
Why don't you pass them
Oh,
out?
y'all want to go?
I'll get one after Ben. All right, go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. Well, I appreciate the time this morning. I guess officially coming in front of you this morning to, I guess, formally request millage rate of 1 of the 11 for the Development Authority. Similar to previous years, or I guess constantly previous years, to support our initiatives and priorities into 26. What I've done is, I think it's in your packet, and I appreciate Susan's assistance and Christina's help with all this, but we have an estimated 26 budget maintaining the debt service from GFA and the bond, and then a proposed budget that removes those obligations from us. And really what I wanted to show and talk to you about was just with the millage rate of 1 and the projected income from property taxes that would generate, really gives the Development Authority an opportunity to aggressively attack, I guess, its main project at the moment, which is to see that property on 72 be further developed and go ahead and get it into a position where lots are ready to be sold and for businesses to come in and occupy that space. I also wanted to show the planning of the future land acquisitions. Forgive the spelling on that. Acquisition is spelled wrong at the bottom on my sheet. But the idea that having money budgeted and available if a property similar to the one we came across were to present itself again, we want to have money budgeted to act accordingly, as we continue to focus the Development Authority's mission and priorities strictly towards economic development for the county. Now you'll notice at the top too, just trying to be conservative, putting some money back in reserves. The Development Authority, we've operated, we haven't spent a ton of money the last few years, so we have a decent cash buildup, but also wanted to show that future planning to put some money aside for a rainy day, and that number is an estimate of 6 months, mainly built off the idea that if we maintain the debt service and bond payment, that amount would be able to cover at least the one bond payment that is paid in July and January, and then the GFA loans plus what would be our sole payroll. And there should be money left over from that, but that was my goal, was to have a rainy day fund set aside. So if you take that out and you look at our beginning fund balance projected for the beginning of 26, plus the potential, I guess, what 1 mil is estimated, I think Christine said 1.3.
1.4.
Okay, well, even better. This is more conservative than that. So with the estimation of 1.3, and then the SPLOST, the 210 could be adjusted down. I think that is $35,000 a month at 6 months going to June. So that is probably best case scenario. It could round down to 180 if we want to look at the average of 30,000 for the remainder of its I guess life through next June. But that gives us total revenues and beginning balance minus the reserves at almost 2.8. You look at these expenses; these could I guess need to be adjusted. Again, these are projections. You go through there, we try to account for everything that I was thinking of. You'll notice the Chamber of Commerce, it says labor/lease. You know, that's kind of to provide maybe a little bit of flexibility there. But that 19,800 number is based on an office space lease that we have been working with them at a rate of, to share their building, office space, conference room, kitchen break area, $1,650 a month times 12 months out of the year is $19,800. So that's what that number is there. As we are extremely close, minus just maybe a few minor tweaks, working with a candidate for economic development, I guarantee this board we will have someone January 1 in this, which is why it's budgeted for. The consultant was just a word that was on the one last year when we were talking. You can scratch that. It will be a full-time economic developer. It will not be a consultant role. It will be a person hired by us, for us, to work on behalf of the county solely with no other client, so to speak. It will be an IDBA employee. 95,000 is the number that we are working with on that. The numbers above that for payroll tax and health insurance, what we're working on is as a single employee entity, the health benefits are a little tricky. So through legal guidance and other things, and I guess legally we don't have to provide anything by being less than 50 employees, I think is what the law states. But in order to be competitive, we have that line item, and what we've worked on is basically would be a $1,000 insurance stipend on top of the salary. So that line item is to cover additional stipend to be contributed towards health benefits for this employee. And then that payroll tax and 401A, 457, that's based on my calculations at the income tax rate plus assuming max contribution to the 457 option and the 401A option. Now, getting down below, you should have two copies, I think, of this in front of you, right, Susan? So one of them, you'll notice just something to stand out on. The one without debt service, you'll notice debt and bond payment blank at the bottom of your page. Without that debt service, I took the liberty to increase the amount of money towards that culvert, Highway 72 Business Park, I'll just call it that, up to $1.5 million to really go after that aggressively. And we have the money available. Would like to see us move aggressively on that. If we have that, more flexibility without necessarily having to worry about the debt service from the previous water and sewer related projects. Now, on the other one, you'll notice that even with the debt service, I basically just kind of wash it. Obviously, the $500,000 difference, the debt and bond equate to more than $500,000, but you'll notice I still try to allocate upwards of $1 million next year for the development of that park compared to $1.5 million without the debt. $500,000 for other land acquisition. If there's not a property available, right, there's nothing to say we couldn't amend this budget, move that $500,000 into that development of that park, and you still increase the availability of funds to get that to a place of moving and having businesses occupy it. And then at the bottom, you'll notice the difference between the two and your, an ending fund, proposed or an estimated ending fund balance of next year being roughly $335,000 with the debt, or $559,000 without the debt. And now we, in total, the bond is still has about $3.7 million left on it. Now I do believe in a year or two we could go to the bond writers and we can look at the what it might take to get that, I guess alleviated early versus seeing it go all the way to maturity. We could address that if we wanted to. And then there's, I think, about 3.9 in total left in GFA, with a large portion of that 3.2 is what is drawing the very low interest, so like 2.25 interest. The other 700,000 of that is zero interest, so we're just basically get the cash value of those dollars. So that is what I have to share with you. I'm willing to obviously field questions. If y'all have any thoughts on it. I don't know, as far as y'all's perspective at your table, I know it's a year, right? We're trying to, squeeze, pennies on the dollar, right? We're trying to make sure everybody gets as much of what they need, and if there's any areas, where any of these could be alleviated in a sense from y'all's side of the table, and that would free anything up, or vice versa, willing to entertain any of that.
But just, for a question, I think it's been asked amongst ourselves, but not over to you guys. Where are we at with the 72 project right now? I mean, I knew it was agreed upon in the contract, we was gonna wait till they harvested that field and then everything.
That's right. So at the current stage, we are working on an acceptable yet flexible concept plan that we could take to DOT to determine the needs for an entryway. And one thing to consider that we're thinking hard about right now is, I think there's a cutout about every 1,000 feet down 72, and there is a left turn cutout at the beginning of that property going towards Hull, right there, where you could right turn in, or if you had a road, they could right turn out, or left turn out and go back down. And that is something, I don't know, exploring if DOT would put a light there, right, that would allow for stuff. And maybe not, and maybe the best option is, the simplest option we've been considering was a single road up the middle, have options on either side of the middle with turnaround options to like a cul-de-sac to come around and come back out, basically right turn in, right turn out. But I don't know if that limits opportunities for people and their needs, but I also don't feel like the folks who really need the left turn out of there is necessarily what we're going for in that park anyway. Just looking at light industrial, more, commercial things of supporting existing businesses who want to expand, or maybe businesses in the Oconee, Athens area trying to get away from some of their increased property values, stuff like that.
So y'all got a concept plan yet, a drawing?
We do. We have a couple of variations of one, and like DOT's all based on data and traffic points, so it's really just a matter of, I don't want to call it worst case scenario, but right, like providing them a data point that shows traffic count, that if we were to change it, it's not going to go up. Like, I guess I understand with DOT it's easier to work down from a point than to say, oh, we just want to have warehouses, and all of a sudden we're like, actually, we're going to sell this to racetrack or into the service station, because I guess the traffic count and the way they plan for that is very different. But I'd be happy to share the plans. So we have some mock-ups that are different, some that show like the potential. I use the example over here in Danielsville that the Pridgeons have, the strip mall, but like the idea of potential road front, like a strip type of retail potentially, if anything was suitable for that, with the light industrial more so behind that, versus light industrial throughout, versus we did do a concept that shows what like a 5-acre site, similar to what Seymour has up there on the corner, but like what a service station in there on one of the corners of that property might look like. I've been told by those in the industry though that with the way 72 is divided, the traffic count's not high enough for a large service station, because without the left turn in or out, you lose half the traffic, because there's only, according to their data, you're only going to capture those going by on the right side. So we were trying to keep options open, but that's where I'm excited to get someone in the position who's worked on stuff like that before, who will have a better vision than I have at the moment, to see it through and to determine, yes, this will work for our area, for that 4-lane highway, this is it, push this forward, and let's execute. Because I look at all three of them, and I'm like, part of me is like, oh, this would be great, this would be great, this would be great. So working to finalize that and, just keep moving forward. But you are correct, the Moons have it planted in soybeans. They will harvest that. They will clean it one last time for us, and then hopefully in January, it'll be, there's no obligations to it. We can get out there and hopefully, have some plans to start moving dirt.
It's gonna take, I mean, if we started today, or if you guys started today, it would be with DOT. Obviously, we gotta have a set of drawings first.
That's right.
And then we gotta get them to DOT, get the permitting, and then we can get to asphalt curb cuts, but, that's all primary stuff, that way if January 2nd, we'll
That's right.
start grading.
Yeah.
So, all right, well, cool. That brings the board up to speed on where you're at, so.
Yeah, we're pushing that.
I have some questions, just in thought process, and you and I have had some of this conversation before, just, trying to think through this potential expenditure and are there different options? One of which, in discussing this, Commissioner Doster, he mentioned the possibility of, instead of thinking the whole property development, think about just the entrance development. So getting the entrance and having utilities there ready, and then a potential sale at that point. So that's just another way of looking at it that would reduce the amount expended. Another question I had as you talked, what time period would we be talking about to get this development? So if we're talking about $1 million or 1.5 million to develop it, that's obviously not going to be all expended in January. So if we're talking about 6 months, a year, is that a year and a half or 2-year development project to spread that out over? But to me, probably one of the bigger questions is what is the recovery of that investment, or what is the return on that investment? How long do we think it's going to take to get that back with all the different scenarios? If you develop the entrance and then sell it as development potential to somebody, or if the IDPA goes full bore and develops the whole thing and then it is selling lots, at what point, what is our plan to recover that investment? Are we looking at making profit on that investment? So has all that thought process gone into it?
Yeah, we have, yes, sir, we have thought about it. The more we put into it, obviously, the higher the price per acre we need out of it. And the higher the price per acre we start getting, I could worry we start pricing some of maybe our existing business community out of it. Calls we've had about it have been local people looking for opportunities to expand, and I don't know what their finances are, but I guess like when you start breaking it down on a price per acre to break even, and you start pushing into prices that you look at like Athens properties are pushing, and I feel like that wasn't the goal of this, right? Like for me, it was to provide an opportunity for those who want to stay here, or maybe even from Athens who can't afford Athens area, to have a potentially a slightly lower cost option to build or drive business here, hopefully drive some sales tax generation here on that site. I've had conversations with a few folks that would be interested to see, like the idea of us developing the concept plan, almost selling that plan to a developer for them to go in and then try to make the money. But it would be our plan driving it. So the idea of putting in the single road or doing utilities, as you mentioned, and then trying to sell it. The idea of the front part of that property is mostly cleared. There's not a lot of trees, so I do the low-hanging fruit first. I've been advised that if you're going to get equipment out there, you might as well do as much dirt moving as you can in one sweep, or it'll end up costing more in the long run. And it might just be the time frame. If you do it all at once over a year and a half or two, then so be it. If we needed financially to look at the front portion of phase 1, knock it out, do it really well, see how well it does, and then have the opportunity to do it the back side of it as well. Or the first phase may go so well, may not need the back phase. There's several landowners back there. You might be able to contact them. They may be interested in buying more of it to provide a buffer or whatever the case may be. But we have thought about different options, and that's again where I will lean on the idea of having a full-time staff member come in, and I hope tell me and our board this is the best step forward for the site.
Just me personally, like I mentioned to you in our discussion, one of my concerns on return on investment from the county perspective. If you think about light industrial or office parks, then to me, that's not you're not really looking at significant tax.
It's not high value.
Right.
I get it.
So,
And part of that is a long-term view, I guess, just, the immediate potential return versus the long-term, environment inventory that we can provide.
there's balance there in the community.
But the door is open for it to become a mixed-use development also, if it goes in that direction. If you do something like a town center or commercial retail concept on the front, you potentially could do light business and or residential in the rear.
Correct. And there is, some residential around it in the back already that I would, believe it would create an opportunity for. But yeah, a town center, that road front is the most valuable part of that property, and so trying to use that appropriately and attract the types of things that would benefit the most from it, right? I don't want like a trash company or a dumpster company to have the road front where there's just a bunch of, cans or, dumpsters sitting out front, right? Like something that the county can be proud of, the development authority can be proud of to ride up and down, something that will draw people in to stop and see what's going on there.
Well, I mean, like I say, thinking outside the box is one of the things that our friends in Athens, Clark County are very good at with their economic development group. And one of their projects right now is this, of course, the Kroger thing down there is a huge windfall, but over on Spring Valley, Hancock Industrial, in that area, they're placing like a QT or a racetrack that's well off the beaten path over there, with, it's like 20 pumps.
Right.
And anyway, I do think that we need to think outside the box to be moving this forward. So
We're looking for a Buc-ee's.
No, I'm just kidding. Well, and like,
I'm not sure it's gonna be named Buc-ee's. If we could have tried,
Yeah,
we could have been different.
yeah, and I learned, like, I made some contact with, some cold storage developers, and that market is, saturated. So, they're not looking.
We missed that one.
Right. And,
Yeah, and we'll talk about this on the IDA side of it. We had to be cautious how we approach this. We've done a couple of these, and we need to keep in mind what we're doing. Like we're developing the land. Each owner that purchases a piece of property will engineer. We don't need to over-engineer this thing, because we can do that very easily. You don't need a $100,000 engineering plan for a concept of 14 lots. It's just ludicrous to think you would. That's for the individual buyer to do. They'll do their own site plans. They do their own retention ponds. We will have a generalized engineer plan, if we decide to do one massive retention pond in the back to catch it all. But there's ways that you can do these and still come out beneficial, because, obviously I've been part of the one on 98 and virtually no infrastructure cost in that deal, really no engineering fees in that, because it was simple. Cutting the road front to back is going to determine your lots. You don't really want to leave a mystery loophole in the middle, most definitely. And but the waterline links are not something that we'll probably look to have to go out for. They're just not, and the size of the water lines going in is not something we probably need a major construction firm to bid on. Now, granted, the interior parts would be, because they will be on the buyer of the lots. Jackson MC, or that is Jackson MC, they'd have power in there. Once they get it on the table, they'll have power in it in less than a week, and transformers set. It's a lot of times we overthink the process, and this is truly a simple process. I really, at this point, I wish we already had drawings secured and DOT on the hook. Me personally, I've got 3 people wanting to buy lots now, and I'm afraid that they're going to move on because of time frame. Literally, I got a call again yesterday. When you gonna give me a price on that lot?
I'll sell it to them now.
I know, right? He's wanting 8 acres minimum for a big place, but either way, so we can't drag. We got to go, because every one that goes on 98 is one that we took away from 72. And that one ain't ours, this one is. All right, well, thank you, Ben. Any other questions, gentlemen, on this? On the actual breakdown?
But I guess my comments on this, Ben, is, you know, with the transition, of the department and whatnot, I think you're two different breakouts. The way I thought about it, the way I always kind of understood it was that y'all would, retain a debt service, as far as the budget consideration is, but also relieving the operational expenses to allow that buffer, to get in there. So again, I'd probably, you know, I guess suggest where you have special projects / grants and just maybe retitle that to add maybe some professional services, because you're gonna need some. You know, part of that, you know, I just don't want somebody thinking somebody thinking it's a bait and switch kind of thing, but, you know, while things can be over-engineered, you can under-engineer and not expect some of the details that go into working with DOT, you know, and those kind of things. So, you know, and I agree. I mean, I think if we were ahead of the game, but, you know, if we were ahead of the game, where would we really be? But I'm looking forward to having somebody in that place, that professional that can help guide, take those calls, give us some, you know, not just throwing darts at the dartboard, so to speak, and at least coming up with some suggestions, outside the box thinking, those kind of things. You know, the fact that we turn around, I mean, I don't disagree with anything that Mr. Adams, said about, and Commissioner Chandler about the effort needed to be there, or, you know, the rate of return and how quickly we can do it and all, but I also know, I've got clients I work with that, you know, they put some skin in the game 20 years ago, and now they're just reaping the benefits of that, and it's substantial. So I think we can get collectively looking through the, you know, what's in it for me now without thinking of that long-term commitment. So and I know it's a balance, and I'm not trying to direct one way or the other. I'm just saying that's kind of my thought process is, you know, is keeping that debt service, you know, and it's all taxpayer dollars, so it's, you know, take one, give, but keeping that debt service, that balance moving, I do like the restricted fund portion of it, and then the outlays for the others. Like I said, but I do think you're gonna have to somewhere in there carve out those, you know, professional services or you know, or additional contract services for folks, because, for example, you know, you got one person doing one thing, you know, that focusing on something you know, very important, and, you know, we don't need to pull them out of a meeting to go talk to somebody about, you know, something smaller. So
Right.
you may need to vote, is what I'm getting at.
Okay.
You just have one other question on your Chamber of Commerce. We've had this conversation before, that's the way it's showing it, so, but your agreement with the Chamber of Commerce is not gonna include, clerical, so you have a separate line item for that, or you're anticipating it to be part of that?
Well, so the personnel, the IDVA clerk, that number is, obviously Stephanie has been serving in that role, on top of her duties with the water. And so I just kind of took what, I guess, an estimate of what maybe a part-time clerk would be to begin with, assuming that come January 1, whether her situation changes, whether the county situations change, but obviously understanding that we can't rely on a water department employee to forever serve that capacity. So just trying to prepare ahead of time, to have someone come in, into the director role, get settled, and find a person that can serve part-time to help, with some of those, office tasks, things, get prepared for the meetings, you know, keep up with the financials, et cetera. And, the chamber for the current moment is strictly the lease of the office space. Obviously, understanding what, some of the things Michael has suggested about that whole relationship, and if and when that comes to be, then obviously in the development board, we're always open to a conversation to hear of what, you know, potential services can be provided by the chamber, but having a director in that role, some of those services could end up being, I guess, duplicated. I don't know. It's just trying to be financially responsible. We don't want to pay for the same service twice. So if there's a way for any of those services to be complementary or whatever the case may be, obviously we're open to those conversations. But at this moment, it's not necessarily budgeted for, but obviously there is some room based on the beginning fund balance next year that we could, make some adjustments if needed.
A couple questions. I want to hypothetically ask this. Why are we leasing space from the chamber to begin with?
Why? When the
These questions has been asked, and I'm just being the.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The water department over there was shared space, with the last director of the Development Authority overseeing both development and water. They were all housed in the old elections office over there. When that executive director departed, there was some shared space that the water was using, and they basically spread out. So the available space in that water department building is being fully utilized, at least to my understanding. And so therefore, in some sense, understanding they will still complement each other as far as development and infrastructure goes, not only a separation on paper, but in some sense, right, that physical separation, understanding that they are two different things now, we thought was an appropriate step to take. And then also understanding what the chamber has done for the county, and without having a director, the void that you have filled, the void that the chamber has filled with some things, we thought those two kind of went hand in hand. They had space available. It's right on the main strip. It's very visible, new space that we can all use and benefit from, and then hopefully complement each other, and those two groups work, hopefully together and collaborate on some things. That's our reasoning for looking there first. We have looked at a couple other spots on the square, and that for the immediate need of one person, an office shared space, as far as the conference and break rooms go, seemed to fit our needs better than a full-blown office space.
I only asked that because it's been asked. So the economic developer probably is not going to be in an office every day.
That's right.
It's going to be pretty much remote. Almost 80% of the time. Do you really want to commit to $1,650 a month for somebody that may be in the office 3 days a month?
I understand that, but their office does provide a very aesthetically pleasing space.
Sure.
When I hope we do have people that we need to meet with, or they want to come out to the community, that we can sit down and show them, and that.
It's beautiful. They put it out. I'm asking only because it's been asked. And the second thing is, has anybody went far enough into the thought process, because obviously, we're tight on budget this year. And now that we got the water department over, we got to fund the water department. It's a big move. With some of it is why we're tight. And have you ran numbers at a $500,000 to see can you make it?
So ran numbers at what I would say is 0.75 of a mil. So if you reduce this by $250,000 and we were able to get 0.75 mil, yes, I have ran numbers. It would obviously limit the amount of cash available if we did try to do it ourselves, on whether you do land acquisition projects and or that further development of that property. If we try to do it on our own without a partner, you start to squeeze tight with the debt service. Now, obviously, a reduced mill, you may reduce the amount of reserves you keep on hand to free up some of that, or the restricted funds to free up some of that cash. But yes, I have looked. Part of what I thought in this process, and right, not to put anyone on the spot, but right, like if we maintained a mill for next year, and it could really help the director get a great start and put us in a great position, and then the year after that, I think we would be more inclined, or not that we're not open to it, I know it's not our decision, but be more.
Based on the presented budget, essentially that would eliminate your in-fund imbalance.
Yes. I guess it'd be more agreeable to a reduced millage rate. Now, if y'all take, like, for example, if you budgeted for the county for the debt service, and we reduced it, 2.75, then yes, we could operate, very healthy on 0.75,
Well,
I think.
if you're trying to base it, and I'm gonna ask this way, so if you try to base Highway 72 project, and let's just potentially say it's a $2 million build out,
Right.
you don't need to pay for it all in the first 2 years. It could be a 10-year payback. It actually should be self-supported. If the lots sell, then you put it towards your note, it pays itself off. I think we're looking at it as, okay, we need this money to build it, and we're never getting it back, but it actually is coming back. I need the IDBA to be mindful that I just took $3 million worth of water department, or $2 million worth of water department request, and moved it over, and I didn't generate $2 or $3 million new, so it has to shift with it. And I think that's the consensus of the board from what I've seen in emails, is people understand we inherited, we gotta pay for it somehow, and we may have to take it from this other. Don't get me wrong, I wanted economic development 5 years ago when I got here. I think that's a great move. I just gotta be able to afford it, and afford the vision going forward to any development that may come, may have to be spaced out over a 5-year or 10-year period, not necessarily paid off the day we started, because we won't be able to, I have to shut the water plant down, and I can't do any water projects, and obviously we know that there's water projects coming up that we've got to do, because y'all were burdened with those, and then we have news with new wells coming online. So I gotta be able to fund that, so unless I automatically go up 2 mills on my side to fund the water department, I have to take it from somewhere else. It's all,
Yeah,
and I think, I'm just saying that's the talk
right.
that we've been discussing, and I'm happy to be the messenger, unfortunately.
No, absolutely.
I
No.
wouldn't bank on 100% getting 1 meal at this point.
Well, I would hope we could get, I guess, as close to that as possible to
Gotcha.
have a director come in and, in some sense, have the backing of the county with it and push down, understanding, right, like, will we spend $1.5 million on that property next year? The way that the progress will go, probably not, it will be stretched out. But I also just want to show that if in the event we needed to, we could support it. So,
Well, yeah, it shows here, what, 1.7 before the 500, is that what that number is?
yes, that's,
So you got 1.5 in the bank already. So, and then the 1.5, then you're gonna be 3 million in the bank, and let's say we don't even touch it until the end of next year. I'm 3 million in the plus,
Yeah.
but yet I had to sacrifice everything for 26 for water lines. I'm not saying you're not getting it, I just want you to be mindful that it may be a cut, so.
and there's a balance, I understand that, and, just, we obviously want to be able to, go after economic development as best as we can, and, obviously, it requires money to do so. So we just want to be as in the best position possible financially to deliver on what I believe the county would like to see from that department, or from that group.
Yeah, I think you've done a good job, I really appreciate it, I really appreciate the numbers, I know the board does, and, thank you for the well-detailed explanation,
Well, thank you all.
appreciate it, and good to see you, Gene.
You too. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna top off the coffee cup, 30 seconds. Who's up next?
Water department.
Oh, fine.
Yeah.
If y'all wanna take a 5-minute, we can run to the
Yeah.
restroom, y'all wanna do that, grab a donut?
I did text Tracy date, and she said our total payroll without elected officials is 8.7 million. That's not including elected officials. If you just do a 3% on that, that's $260,000.
We'll give it to you.
The reason I just, we were by there the other day, and I didn't see anything that even looked like that.
Grant Jordan rented that.
Really?
You got that. Yeah, she's Doing good. I'm living with it.
No, start without, I ain't starting without you, Dad.
Jim, how you doing?
I'm all right. Yeah, I seen them boots, I said, what been feeding us more?
Yours.
Oh, mine's producing. I think you got struck by lightning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. I turned 30 and now my back. Oh, wait.
I don't know. I'm glad you're up here. I can't read what
Can't read what you. Got the ones that's arsenic?
I know.
I got rid of
I feel there in pain. He should have been about the last, I feel his pain.
For sure.
Several years ago, I was trying to get IDs to sell water to the IDB, and I wouldn't do it. I just felt it's conflict of interest. Going through his requirements, he said he wanted to go to 8 inch. So my question is, why not leave it at 6 inches, just expect less water? You know, whatever, I don't know whether you can expect to pump out of 6 inches, or expect to get closer to the gallon. I'm just thinking about a lot of potential, chicken houses. From a landowner perspective, from a well perspective, if I start looking at, investing $25 or $30 or $40,000 more into it, then it becomes much less attractive than it was. You should be careful, you don't start putting
anything that's different.
We try.
I mean, basically, I would, tell school,
very quick, real quick. I have about 20 wrong cows, so
the ones that I would talk
it's been a
about.
good time to say, oh, yeah, that was.
This one-
It was a good time to say. Because maybe it was thrilled.
Here where we're asking for 100 and y'all just like, there is only 100.
We can do
Right, just that, that's why we want.
some of the heavyweights,
Right.
they bring close to 4,000.
But we took it all out.
I sell
We're
out.
gonna come from like Dale or Paul.
I will go to the cows. Well, I go in, we'll just buy.
That's almost right, so that, this was already done before they made that, like, yes,
Good.
I'm very.
Oh, your copier's here.
Yeah. I put that back in the old one.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
You're like.
Really don't.
That's all right, I love this liquor. This cross switch grant protection, people got some good system coming there, where you clear the underbrush of the trees. The trees, hardwoods.
Any department that has that.
Well, shade and aesthetics and wildlife, because all that trees. Oaks, yes, but there, those runnofs, the ones in the wetter part are actually small chestnut.
But will
The
they,
backside,
will that actually?
any holes up there yet?
We start off the trees.
All right.
Yeah.
The best way to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Clear down to a certain.
All right, let's go. Everybody's got 11.25 minutes.
Okay.
There you go, Senator Paul.
that up real fast for me.
September.
Trying to figure hardwoods.
All right, water and sewer.
One of these days, somebody's.
Dang, I missed Paul Mark Beatty this morning. Find out about that.
It's getting very long.
Good morning, y'all.
Morning.
I'm gonna let Stephanie walk you through each step. Or y'all got questions? How you wanna work this in 11 minutes? Y'all just wanna
This
ask
is
us?
his first time.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we need to update y'all. Well, you saw, the CDBG for the
Yes.
106.
We received it.
I was told yesterday, by Franklin County that they were not accepted on the ARC grant, that they got an email Thursday saying that they were not, they didn't get chose, but we didn't receive that email, so we may get that grant for the,
Don't make me forget.
upgrade for the treatment plant. Yeah, 2 million, so we received 1 million and we're waiting on the other 2 million.
Right.
We'll just go through this briefly as to tell us any big changes coming and or requests needed. We've got a copy, so if you want to walk through the
So which
line.
one do they have? So we have the.
I have the newest one.
And I think it's this one
Yeah.
from this morning.
Okay.
The best thing to
The
focus
one that I
on
sent you.
for your request is different from what the administration and chairman suggested. Those are the kind of things we'll make sure you're seeing and we probably want answers to.
Okay, so the first one that I see right here is maintenance contracts on water towers. We requested 46,000 and that was recommended for 32,760. The reason ours is higher is because there's only factored in for 2 water towers, but not the
GRP,
GRP
ground storage.
ground storage.
Okay.
So that is gonna be
So that does need to
higher
be.
for that one, yes
Okay.
ma'am.
So have we actually paid that one yet, or it just
Yes,
had?
we just did it, last year.
Yeah, we did that one last year.
Is it annual though?
I think we paid a contract.
They said it was 5 years when they do the maintenance.
Yeah, but the contract usually is an annual, is broken down into an
Right.
annual amount.
And I
So
can
I just
pull that
haven't-
and double
okay.
check that, but that, whenever
But that's
we
what this
put that
was.
in there, that's what it was for, to
Okay.
add GRP into that.
It probably has not shown up yet when I was pulling, and how I missed it. So I'll make a note, we'll move that one.
So the line item on that one, the title or, description, if you just did /tanks, it would be towers and tanks.
That's right.
Yeah.
The next one, they haven't put it in here.
Pretty big difference in office supplies.
Office equipment,
Electricity,
on your lab testing, you requested 8,000, but we've got 18.
We requested 18,000.
So whenever we requested that originally, we were thinking that because we swapped some of our samples to Elbert County instead of sending them to Atlanta, that we would have a bigger discount on our bills annually that we send to Atlanta for those folks to test. But that's not the case. It was a small amount that was shaved off, but we still have to pay that large chunk each
So that's
year to
just
the
a typo,
EPD.
then?
Yeah. That's right, we weren't aware of that, so, Elbert County is still
It's more convenient.
much more
to have-
convenient to take it into Atlanta, and the price is comparable, but we just thought that there was gonna be a significant decrease, and that was not the case.
That still needs to be 18,000.
That's right.
Do you, on your postage and mailing fees, I'm just asking, do y'all do any electronic billing?
We do. So we have paperless billing as an option. Some folks do it. We don't have a ton that do it. Over half still prefer a paper bill to be sent to them. And that was when I was gonna speak about too. 14,000 is in there as recommended, and we wanted to increase it to 16 in preparation for the roads and just normal increase in folks that are gonna have bills sent to them. We spend around $1,100 a month now for 1,700 customers. So as we add more, we know that that's gonna increase as well as just the price of postage.
So our averages on that's not gonna be a good estimate since the road group will be bringing all of those, new ones on.
That's
Is that
down the road.
Yeah, it's 2 years down the road.
Okay, so you think it'll be 27?
At least, I would ask,
We still got them other subdivisions that we supposed to have too.
well, that was gonna be my question. Christina and Todd secured the grant for the two places off of Griffith Road, the loop there. Have we canvassed that neighborhood to find out who's gonna be one of our customers,
They all
or
will
Piedmont gonna, and are there already water meters, Piedmont meters in place that we can utilize when we run new lines, or are these customers gonna have to have new water meters?
I would recommend new water meters, because they're all read by, you have to get out and read them. Ours are remote.
And a lot of them aren't at the road.
Yeah.
They're
And I think that
behind.
that's how, what we spoke with Mark Beatty about that, the grant will replace all the water meters. It will not replace new water meters, like new customer meters, but we'll take over the whole Piedmont system on all that. They will turn it over to us, and they'll all be new Madison County.
There's only a potential for 2 or 3 brand new customers.
But,
In that subdivision.
In that,
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
24 in that subdivision.
but we're not gonna bill these folks for new meters because it's going from a private system to public water, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But anybody on that
That's a
road,
grant eligible expense,
Yeah.
swap that
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we were fair with the customer, you know.
but anybody between that subdivision and 106.
Yeah, that wants to go on board, just like the folks on the Sanford Road. If they choose to go on public water, they'll pay for the meter that they're getting.
When y'all do that, when you put in a new water line, do you discount a meter to a new customer if you're there putting it in?
My suggestion is no, because a lot of them before would tap into that line before it's pressurized and tested. Well, that's another potential leak. You know, if you're trying to test 1,000 foot and it's got 3 more joints in it, or 10 more joints per meter, then that's another potential leak when you pressurize it to confirm it, to say it's good to go as far as pressure.
I guess, and not because it's in my district and all, but I guess my thought would be, in order to attract additional customers, after the new main is installed, chlorinated, pressure tested, and flushed, that there should be, and here again, it's to attract new customers, there should be some break for a service that they never had available before. Does that make sense? You know, you want to pick up as many folks as you can when we're there.
I think from what I've seen in the past, is when they run the water line, if you wanted water at your house, they would tap it while they had it uncovered.
Yeah.
And then that way,
And that's where they got the discount, because they were already there doing work, so
Yeah.
it
Well,
didn't cost as much.
we're gonna recommend they cover it up, pressurize it, chlorinate it, and then we come back.
I'm not a fan of private contractors making taps on public water anywhere.
Right.
You know, I mean, we do it, but I'd prefer the public utility, give me their water.
All right. We're down to 4 minutes now.
It's gonna be all day.
So with that postage and mailing, do we feel like we still need it at 16? Knowing that the Sanford is coming on, or do we feel like it could be a little less than that, since we know Rose is not a factor in 26?
Yeah, I guess it would depend on the actual number, if that's for the end of June or is that the end of July?
The actual number is actually May.
The actual number for August 20th was $7,064.70.
So it really doesn't
Just
change.
those 7,000.
Yeah, we spent a whole lot of time on that, we got some big ones coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Office supplies, electricity, supplies, meter and feeding, fittings, supplies, water.
So both of those are a lot higher. What we've spent so far for the meter and fitting is $19,085, and then the supplies water is $39,092. And we wanted to increase those to $100,000 for the new taps that we're planning to have to install within the next year. And then, of course, all of that money is paid back. It's covered with our tap and meter fee.
But at this time, you're not, in your revenues, you're not encumbering those dollars that you're gonna recover down here, correct?
Right.
You're not showing it as being potential
With the
revenue.
the 330,000, that's correct. It is showing that it will. So we're asking for 200,000 altogether, but saying that we estimated 330,000 of revenue to cover that 200,000.
So essentially those are a zero.
Well, it would
And
be,
then that number up top, 130,000.
right, yes. That's right.
That's one way to look at it.
The only other things on here that kind of stuck out to us was the travel, food, lodging, and education and training. We are looking to bring on a third person that would be, I guess, a fourth person in the field. So they would need to go through and get licensed and everything and attend conferences and keep all of their stuff up, along with our folks that already have their license, all their continuing ed hours. Some of those are convenient. They're in Athens, they're close by. It does not require overnight stay, and then others, you do need to go, not only because that's where they are, but it also gives them opportunities to see about new products and new ways that we could potentially service or that we could use to better help our customers.
Those typically all come in the first year of service.
I'm sorry?
Do those typically all come in the first year of service? Is that something
No, you have to renew your license
every year?
Yeah, every year.
Do we have in place something like the sheriff's department has, some of these trainings that we pay, but they require to work for us for a certain period of time, or they pay us?
Yes, that's all employees.
Okay.
That's done through HR.
Okay.
The only thing I see is electrical, where it says we asking $125,000, we added more wells. You know, James Hawkins, another well site, we're just gonna add another one, maybe two more, so.
And the actual for that as of now is $62,754
Year to date.
as of the 20th. And we're about to add two more as well.
Okay.
Rodney, for the businesses that have backflow preventers, are you guys testing the backflow preventer?
They would give us a report annually for the backflow.
Are you licensed to test backflow?
I think Eddie is.
Eddie is, yeah. Yeah, he actually has that. He has a company.
The reason I ask that is we're seeing a shift in some jurisdictions where we work, where the county does the testing and the bid has a bill for it. Once a year, you pay $125.
Right.
And what that has effectively done is stop the drive-by testers.
Right.
And also,
I guess that's
another
something we
source
need to
of
look
revenue.
into in the future. To do it ourselves.
Yeah,
Policy.
like I say, it's just another source of revenue. And it does guarantee that there's actually a backflow test done. Which is, we get more industrial type businesses and all, is a really good idea.
And then I think just some updates up top from the copy that you guys have. Right now, we have the late fees. I'm sorry, the reconnect fees, that shows only $375. But right now with reconnect fees, we're at $7,175. And with the rate adjustment that we went through, we're now charging customers if it's their second or third event a little bit more to hopefully lessen how many folks we're going out to each month.
I take it by that comment that you're seeing habitual issues with that.
Yeah.
Every 60 days.
One thing I really like about your presentation here is your revenues exceed your expenditures. Thank you. That's what a water department's supposed to do. And we find out that we're beginning to be able to make some investments.
And one of the things also on here, and I've seen this in a lot of budgets so far, but for one, I'm gonna explain why, when my numbers differ from yours, is a lot of times I'm looking at the past, I'm looking at the history, and when I don't see it being spent, I'm assuming, okay, well, we must have not needed it that bad. But uniforms in every one of these, I made a note that says order them now, so you don't have to carry it over, because that inflates my 26 budget, because we're carrying over those things. So if you know, and it's been there for a minute, order that stuff in this year's budget, because it's already allocated, so I don't gotta roll it into next year's budget, because it'll be a minimum increase next year, because they've been purchased this year.
Okay.
And you can get 2, maybe 3 years out of a shirt. These are Anthony Doves, not this one, but the one I had on
Unless you're
yesterday was
dealing
Anthony
with
Doves.
chlorine every day and then it goes all over you.
Yeah, but boots is different, and
Right.
pants and stuff is a little more wearable items, but routine office people, for instance, field inspection, they may wear the same shirt for 3 or 4 years.
Sure.
But I want all shirts to come out of this 25 budget, if you have it budgeted. I don't wanna roll it into 26, I'm trying to clean those line items up.
The other thing, the purchase water, we requested $605,000. And we go, hopefully, be under that with the new wells coming up. And but Roger Mill, the 2 wells we got running now, is up to 300 gallons a minute. And I'm upping it a little bit more, maybe 350, 400. I'm watching it.
But when we get those on, one of my concerns is, overuse. So, we're running some now 24/7 without rest and those kind of things. It is that, part of it is trying to build redundancy. So, again, the more we make, the less we have to buy. But I don't want to short circuit the system by saying we'll run this one with 24/7 and this one 24/7 and that one 24/7 and not have some off recovery time. And kind of like in reverse, if where we purchase partners start looking at numbers and all of a sudden they're like, well, y'all ain't using it, we got something to use it for, and then we go down and all of a sudden now we need it. And if that contract hadn't been updated or whatnot, I just, we'll be careful. I just.
Well, that's been I'm working it slow, watch what the static level's doing, and instead of just bouncing up there at 500 gallons a minute, I'll look for it, and watch it go down and suck it dry.
Yeah, most of ours are throttled.
Yeah.
Back.
Well, we don't need to be running 100%, we need to be.
No, you don't run them 100% what it's tested.
So we're running some kind of modified pressurized zone is what we're doing.
We throttle the pump down, is what we do,
Yeah.
with dry.
All right, anything else sticking out?
Do y'all have a trench box?
I hope they ain't got to dig that deep.
Sometimes it's not that deep to dig as much as the soil condition is working. They make a little compact unit that's on a trailer, costs about $27,000. Maybe something y'all wanna look at for next year's budget, because here again, we're fixing to be in some of it over there on the Sanford Road, some areas where the soil is really questionable that you're gonna be dealing with down through there. That's going to some kind of capital equipment.
And they're listening to start on that Sanford project next week. They did one more yesterday.
We have the bid for the 72 project also.
Coming up.
Yes, that's week after next.
A week after Labor Day?
Yep, that'll be, I think it's the week of Labor Day.
We have a lot going on. We have a lot going on.
And that'd be a potential another well. Also.
Well, isn't that well a little questionable? You talking about the female well?
Female?
Yeah.
But is
From what I've heard, it was a high producing well. I don't have nothing on it as far as.
We have to take it offline in order to be able to test it. Currently, it's
You
online.
can't take it offline because it's on one supply and the female.
Yeah, just one more thing to point out here, you put in extra dollars for educational training for potential employees, but I'm not seeing, increasing dollars for new employees. Those,
I'm sorry, increasing dollars.
for the new employee, if you're talking about adding.
I think it's already budgeted.
It's already budgeted for this year.
Okay.
It's already budgeted.
Mark is going part-time first year.
Gotcha.
And so that is something that we would need to adjust on here. Susan and I spoke about that.
Yeah.
As part of his would go down to that next line item for the wages part-time.
So do you plan on hiring someone this year?
I'd say it's either end of this year or the first of next year.
Okay.
Depending on what's going on.
Yeah, me
And Mark-
and Ronnie have
Mark's
been talking
going.
about it. We're really trying to base it off of workload, but we're getting there. And really, I appreciate it, because I actually wanted to pull the trigger on that 3 or 4 months ago. And honestly, I listened to Rodney and he said, just hang on.
Yeah.
But we are getting there. And I think by January 1, we'll probably be really close, because we'll have so much going on at that point.
And Mark's plans is to go out at the end of the year, correct?
Yes.
So that happens in January.
The question I have for us in this process, like the overage in this department, does it stay showed in the water department, or does it still show as a general fund? Okay.
They still in their money.
So part of the plus and minus,
They still in their money, isn't
It's general fund, okay?
It's all
But-
general fund now.
But in those books, when we look at it, they have their own fund number within the general fund, so we can
yeah,
still.
I get that, but what I'm asking about is like for the budget figures we're talking about,
Yeah.
it's showing up in revenue.
The thing here for me would be, in the event that we were to decide to take some of the debt that's water related from the IDA, then this monies could be used to cover that. Would that be safe to say that?
Yeah, I probably need to sit down, and look a little closer at it, yes, probably.
There was a reason we did it, though, just to
Well-
clear all this up. We didn't take that debt because it was recommended by the auditor to leave the debt where it was at. not to convolute the bond. So we probably don't need to want to think that unless we want to reinvent that wheel. Or we would have assumed it when we assumed the water department.
Well, and the debt we took was GIPA. We did not take the revenue bond.
The revenue.
We did not take that. I mean, we reworked the paperwork and we actually paid the GIPA debt, but then they reimbursed us. I invoice them every month.
The revenue bond has to stay with the IDA, correct? Is that right?
Well-
Or the revenue bond that had it come here?
The revenue bond is the GRP water line. So I don't, because I actually had to call back and ask what that was, because honestly, I didn't really remember that from last year.
Definitely standing right here, I don't know why.
Yeah.
I have the paperwork.
And I talked about that,
Well,
yeah.
let me answer that for you.
We're talking third party, like.
Like,
You
she
recognize-
ain't here. Sorry, Stephanie.
Authority is here.
So this is, if y'all wanna look at this, this is the bond schedule. And this is where we're at right now, so this is what was being paid this year. But as you see, as it goes down, I mean, you're increasing the payment substantially. And then this one is one with no interest, and where we're at right now, our total. Another one with no interest, and then this one is the interest bearing. And so whenever all of this was under one umbrella, the water department, I would make the money from the water department pay only the interest, and then the IDA that pays everything. So now, but we were paying an additional $10,000 each month.
Because that was the commitment that we made, that the
Right,
IDA
because
made to
y'all paid off
us, because we gave
big
them
chunk.
1.5 or
Right.
something to put on.
Right,
We retired a couple of things which allowed them to take that extra,
that's right.
what they were paying for to
And
make
then there's
additional
our
payments.
total for each one of these as to what's owed.
There's, I mean, at the end of the day, there's no money in those. I mean, in real dollars.
And that's your big one.
7 million altogether.
That's the GRP,
Yes, this is the bond.
that's the one we bought on.
Right, that's the one that's still with the IDA. These three, y'all technically have now been invoiced with IDA. IDA took the check back to reimburse.
And to note that in that revenue bond, the county is still is on the hook.
We're on the hook for it one way or the other.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But there was a reason, but it may have been the bond rate or something in our conversation, we chose not to assume that.
We're about right now, the second quarter.
All right,
Yeah.
gentlemen, any other questions?
Where's the deny stand? Let's move on.
Anyway, make it money.
Well, have to send it either way. People need water.
And just so you know, Mike has bounced back the Commerce contract to me. I sent it to Commerce. Commerce wanted to readjust again, so I've got it back. I gotta send it back to Mike. I think we're done. I mean, I think we're fine with it, so we'll sign that contract.
Well, we start choking them back a little bit before we get much.
They would greatly appreciate it.
Question, it's not budget related, Rodney, on the 29 bridge, where are we at with getting the pipe back connected between Franklin County?
It's connected now.
It is.
Only thing we gotta do is move it back 3 feet and 2 foot. About 300 feet, 300 foot of it, and Franklin County's gotta do the same thing.
Okay.
Because the guardrails go get it. I don't know why they can't move the guardrail back or forward.
When are y'all doing that?
Oh,
Have they called and requested it?
Tony Bowles over,
Yeah.
KCI.
Yeah.
He called me one day last week and said it would be ready at the end of this month or first of next month for us to do our part. And when I went down there the other day, they hadn't graded nothing on the right-hand side, on our street. So hopefully by the end of the month or first of September. And I got a contractor on standby.
Now, I had noticed a vault on the right-hand side, on the Franklin County side. Is that a meter?
That's the meter that serves us.
Do we have an arrangement there, and do we have any kind of arrangement, like a buy-sell arrangement with Franklin County, don't we have that with Commerce?
We do. We have it with Franklin County too.
We have it with everybody right now.
So
Commerce is the only one holding back on.
that meter reads both ways?
Yes.
Okay,
Franklin County side water from us now,
okay.
each month.
And would buy more. Would buy a lot more.
Susan, do we have, in our capital budget, do we have water department projects in our capital budget?
Where do we show the type of dollars you spent on the wells this year? Like recently bringing those wells online?
So that was the SPOS,
Okay.
we used SPOS money for that.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. Commissioner Chandler, I'll go ahead. I hate to disappoint you, but our expenditures
Yeah, I
are not
noticed
quite
that.
over. You know, they are over our revenue.
You're not gonna get excited this
No,
morning.
don't get too excited here.
Okay, we're done with y'all.
And we got everything right.
You got that nice stamp.
I do thank y'all for allowing me to come and talk with you this morning. I do want to thank you again for considering our office of SPOS. And, you know, don't know if it passed, but we hope that the SPOS will continue like it's been doing the last few years. What Teresa has handed out is just some general information that I wanted to let you know about what's going on. Mr. Kirk has always said that he likes to be kept aware of things that we're doing. And so I want to make sure that y'all are aware of things that's going on. I've included some election information for the November election that we've got coming up, and some numbers there. There's a sheet that has all the election days for next year. There's a little newsletter that our region, I'm a regional facilitator for 17 counties, and this is something that we do on a bi-monthly basis just to let our other counties know what's going on. And then the last sheet, the last little section that you're going to find is talks about ethics. And that's going to, I'm going to touch on that just here in just briefly, just a minute. But anyway, let me just go ahead and start off saying that the, proposed budget that I have submitted, is on point with that to what we feel like we're going to need next year. I do believe that it being midterms, that it's going to be just as big, if not bigger, than the last presidential in 2024. Just because you've got so many running, we know that already we're going to have runoffs and things like that. There is always that possibility of a special election, and it would be held in March. That could be anything from a state, local, whatever. If anyone leaves or resigns from their position or question or anything like that, that we could potentially have that special on there. Now, going into the legislation, the first thing that, and you've probably heard about it, is SB, Senate Bill 189. The use of the QR code, and I'll tie all this into the budget. The use of the QR code that's on the ballots. There is a lot of legislators and public people out there that do not like that QR code on those ballots. So legislation was passed this last session to change that. Now, on the 23rd, I contacted our state election director and asked him, would that be any impact on the county as far as providing new voting equipment or new printers or whatever. He told me at this time, there is no plans for the counties to pay for that the state would handle that. Now, we just come from conference last week, and nothing was ever mentioned about it. So keep that in the back of your mind. We're hoping that that's not something that they're going to make the county pay for, and it could be something is just programming what we've got already to take off that QR code, and that's something that the state would be doing, or change out a printer or something, and they would provide that. That will actually take effect July the 1st of next year. So at that point, they're gonna have to tell us something. Of course, typically with the state, they wait until the last minute before they train on anybody. So I'm looking for all that coming down the pipe here, hopefully before the end of the year. And then the last election note that I wanted to go over with you was Senate Bill 199, and that's what's in the little packet that Teresa handed out. Effective January, she's my guru for my ethics, so she can probably answer any questions you might have about that. But with the new legislation, starting next year, the dates for the PDFs that you all file will change. I believe it's now July. You want to explain that one?
And this year, your personal financial disclosure that everybody has to do every year, as far as your elected people, July 1st. January 1st to July 1st is when you turn those in. And if you haven't turned them in, please do so. Next year, those particular ones will be April 1st instead of July 1st. Also, anybody that does the contribution reports, most of y'all just do the little affidavit. For some people, they may want to do the big 10-page one because they go over the $5,000 in contributions. Those dates were dependent on whether it's an election year or a non-election year. And all that's changed, and those are, you just have 4 dates now for all filers. That will start in 26. In 27, y'all will no longer report to us. All your stuff will be sent straight to the state, so we won't have anything else to do with it. Anything that you submit, any late notices that they switch, they do that now anyway. But all of that will go to the state and not to us. That starts in 27.
But you will send reminders, right?
Probably not.
We will next year. Of course, that's not going to change the way we've always done it. And you know, we'll
answer any
that.
questions that we can answer.
Yeah.
If you can remind me to remind you, then I will.
Yeah, right.
That's no problem.
Instead of write that down.
But please remember, if you did not turn that personal financial disclosure in this year, and you did not do it and haven't done it, that was due July 1st, please turn it in. It still needs to be done. And if you don't know if you turned it in, let me know, and I'll let you know whether you did or didn't.
I think I did.
You did.
Unfortunately, we do have some elected officials in the county that have not turned in some.
Well, there's quite a few that didn't turn it in, so.
But once they do not turn it in, ethics is the one that notifies them that they have a fine or whatever.
But if I can get it on into them, you know, it's not like they say on top of things a lot of times, so, you know. But you do need to turn it in if you haven't.
But there again, if you have any questions or anything about that, you know, Teresa will continue sending out emails next year. The only thing that I want to talk about is, in my budget, is the wages for part-time people. And I talked with Susan yesterday, and this is not included in what you're looking at in your sheet. But Wednesday of this week, I had my full-time employee, Ron Kaysen, to let me know that he's going to be retiring. Ron Kaysen, he is the gentleman that works with me. Wonderful, wonderful. He has picked up on so much. He gets in there, he helps us with our logic and accuracy testing. I can give him a task, he does it just like that. But unfortunately, he is getting to the age that he wants to retire. And I don't blame him. But he is looking for something part-time. Well, right now, if you look at my budget, I do not have an extra part-time position. And I really do need to keep that full-time position that I've got. That if you would consider approving me another part-time position just for next year, to get us through the big election year that we've got ahead of us, I think we'll be okay after that. But I still need to keep Lynn as part-time, and then keep that full-time position in addition to Teresa and I. What we've got. It's about $18,000 roughly, at what we would pay that person. Now, as far as benefits and stuff like that, you know, y'all know more about what the cost would be on that. I would not know all that.
It's truly part-time, there wouldn't be anything.
Yeah, really part-time, there would not be, but here is the fault. So Ms. Ron waives, so if they hired a full-time that took benefits, it will go up, it will affect the budget.
But, yeah, I think you have insurance, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he and I do not have insurance for the county.
He waived his.
Yeah.
The new full-time that we would get would probably take the benefits, you know, that he or she would be entitled to. So,
but my main thing is I do not want to lose that full-time person, that extra, when he goes to semi-retire.
What does a full-time person do? I'm just asking, I have no idea.
We have anything from, when it comes to an election, logic and accuracy testing.
I'm talking about yearly.
They're constantly into what we call our Jarvis system. It's our voter registration system where we're getting DDSs, online voter registration records,
Keeps everything up.
everything. We keep list maintenance, all that information. And then with an election, you know, we used to could say there are no election years, but that's out of the picture now, because every year now has become an election year. It's just that we have to start, you know, I'm already looking into next year for next year's elections. So it's just a constant, something that we're having to keep up with and do. Of course, the state sets the election dates. I have no control over that. So that's just basically list maintenance, keeping up with all those that are coming in and going out and things like that.
One of the things they talked about in the conference I was just in yesterday, a topic come up on elections is there is a big push still for paper ballots.
Yes, sir.
And they're talking about potentially swapping from the Dominion system. They don't know to what.
And we all know that we will have a new governor and Secretary of State next year.
Yeah.
They are the ones that make the decision as far as what voting system we use. We have no control over that. And it's obvious that last time we changed, they listened to no elections official. So we've got that, you know, and I would think that they would state like they've done in the past, they would fund whatever equipment. There has been a blue ribbon committee that has been, has gotten together legislators, and they have been holding meetings throughout the state. We have two coming up. One will be in Covington, I think it's October the 2nd, that I'm going to try my best to go to. And then the other, they're having one maybe even next Thursday in Gainesville. But it's just that these legislators need to hear our side and hear that, you know, paper ballot is not what you think it's going to be. Because they're talking that if we go with paper ballots, you're going to give that voter an option when they go in on election day and vote. They can choose a paper ballot or the machine. Well, you're going to have two different voting methods there. You're going to have more poll workers, and I'm already struggling with that now, but you're going to have to, you know, make sure that somebody doesn't put that ballot over into the wrong place. So there's a lot of people out there.
It's a mess.
It absolutely is, but, you know, I'm hoping, and I think that was the reason they got the committee together, was to listen to us. Now, our association has invested a lot into lobbyists and things like that to talk to the legislators to kind of get them on board with what we actually have to have and what we need. So we, you know, who knows what all that'll come out of. But I do know that there will be a lot more election-type bills and a lot of election things coming up after the first year when the General Assembly meets again.
So we had this topic also. I asked you because of the conference you just got back from. There was a lot of almost consensus in the room to reduce polling places. That was a discussion. Sidebar discussion. But I wanted to hear back from you of how you're leaning towards that, because I know how you were leaning.
Right. And that, if we consolidate, if my board chose to consolidate, that would offset some of this for that extra part-time person. Teresa's handing you out a little packet that I put together as far as consolidation goes. Of course, our board has not made any decisions yet. We've just started talking. we've just started talking about the process, but I can go ahead and tell you now that both parties do not like the one, location. I think that would be great for us, but I can understand their concerns. If, let me just go down through the line, then I can explain to you on that. But that is a possibility for the future for us. And you're all right, there are a lot of counties that are consolidating. There are several counties right around us now that do have one location.
And it's driven by the lack of poll workers and the cost of elections.
Right.
Let's just make it clear. It's
Right.
not any political.
Exactly.
It's strictly based off cost and availability.
Exactly, exactly. But the key factors is the inability, like you said, to have enough poll workers. I can put out ads for wanting poll workers all day long, but if I don't have people to respond to them, you know, where am I going? I have to have more. Someone told me, well, we can get you a body. I need something more than a body. I need somebody that's willing to work 14 hours a day, sitting there, and some days may not be as busy. Some election days may not be as busy as others. It is a long day. I grant you it is a long day. A lot of my poll workers right now they have been with us for over 10 years. I've got 3 or 4 that's been, I think one actually has been with us probably 30 years. So I like to keep them as long as I can, but I do understand if they are, you know, if they want to go ahead and leave. But that is a problem that we're having, is getting poll workers. The next one is communication on election days. We have some precincts right now that on election day, if there are any problems with the machines or the equipment, I have to constantly be talking with the poll managers. Well, one precinct in particular, they have to go outside down the road a little bit before they get cellular connection for us. So at the last election in June, Ron basically stayed at that location majority of the day because they were having some issues, just different things, you know, nothing. I mean, the voting all went fine. It's just some of the machines, you know, they may get a little, you know, somebody hits the wrong button or whatever, it kind of throws them into a key. But we've got to have that communication. And the city of Iowa, that location there is another one that we have issues with as far as communicating. So that's, you know, it's not because we want to pull people off of their election day voting place. We're looking at these factors, and then the other factor is the cost. Now, what I've got listed there, it shows the cost per election. And then next year, we have potentially 5. I know we'll have 4, but potentially 5. And so that's what it's going to show you right there. It shows you if we left it the same with 12 precincts, that's the cost. If we went down to 7, that would be the cost, or 1, that would be the cost. Now, I want to let me tell you what I'm going to propose to my board when we meet the next it'll be September meeting. Is we're going to go ahead and I'm going to make a motion that we go ahead and we start the process of this, because this is something that doesn't take, you know, it takes at least 6 months to get everything going, because we have to notify all the voters that's involved of what we're fixing to do. But we have the 3 options: 12 precincts, keep it like it is, which is not, like you said, in today's, it's a lot of time. No, I mean, it was evident. You don't remember right off how many we had in June that you vote. It was not that many.
Yeah.
It was not as many so that we could have just the one polling location in the runoff, which was a big help to us. But I understand the board is not going to go for the one. I've been told that. The other option is 7 precincts.
Let me ask you a question on that. If your board don't want to go to the 1, and it's hypothetical, what does the VOC have to say about it? If we don't fund it, if we just fund 1?
Well, I've talked to Mr. Pruitt about that. That's something that we'll have to sit down at a table and discuss with him as far as the legality of it, what can happen. He's told me that right now it's the Board of Elections' decision to make these changes as far as precincts and consolidation. As far as funding, I'm not really sure right now. I mean, I don't know if because I asked him, I said, is anything that the VOC could override our decision? He said he didn't think so right now. But, you know, I think that we would look at it a little bit more. of course, one would be wonderful. We would have no rental fees, we'd have no custodial fees that we would be spending. I mean, we would save, as you can tell here, we would save,
75%.
yeah, we would save a lot of money. We have a location for it, would be over there at our building would be the sanctuary part.
Correct.
I have had already, just mentioned it in a, board meeting last month, I've already received phone calls. You don't wanna do this, you don't wanna do it. So-and-so will be on your back if you do it. Well, I'm a taxpayer, just like we all are, and I'm looking for ways to help all of us out. And it's not that I'm trying to disenfranchise any voter. I won't, it's coming to the point that we're gonna have to do something. Because of these reasons, poll workers, communication, costs, things like that, we're gonna have to look at something. If I take it down to 7 precincts instead of 5, this is the way that we would divide them. I would keep Colbert, Hull, and Danielsville and Pittman all the same, no changes to them whatsoever. Then I would put Isla and Pokey together. But the thing with Isla and Pokey, I've got to find a building, a location for them to both go into. Because right now, Isla cannot hold all those voters if they was to come in and vote on a big election. We've looked into a church that's in the area that I said, yes, we would do it, and that church would hold them, all of them, if needed be. The other change would be Mill and Harrison. I would pull them together in the Jones Chapel building over there where we currently have Mill. I know that those Harrisonians will not like that, but there again, I'm trying to look after the taxpayers and the voters of the county by doing that consolidation there. And then the last move would be in the Comer area. I'd keep Comer where it's at. I'd pull Carlton or Fork, Paoli, and Collins into that one area of Comer. And I'm doing that because those are some of our smaller precincts. I have right now, Paoli has 310 voters. On the election in June, they had 1 voter to vote, and he was a poll worker. In July, nobody voted. And I know that was a small election, but, that's what we're looking at as numbers and stuff.
They cost the same.
So, anyway, that's what I'm looking at. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that everything, my board's gonna approve everything I'm telling you now, because I have to talk with them, and it's gonna be ultimately their decision.
I would just like to know that the BOC has a voice in their decision, and it's not based on politics, it's based off of economics.
Right.
What are our statistics on percentage voting early and percentage voting late?
Well, it's, let's see, in this packet that she just handed you, it shows you the November, amounts. It's going up.
Early voting.
Yeah, you'll see that's November the 24th, or 24th.
She didn't got it from 2020 to 25.
Yeah, if you
And
didn't
every
look at that.
election, every year, early voting is going up, where election day is, the amount's going down.
So of course, in November of last year, we had election day with 5,100 voters. Early voting, we had 11,000, so it doubled that. So, and I think that's what a lot of counties around us, that trend seems to be. I wish I knew what Oconee County did. They vote probably 85% or 90% of their voters early.
Traffic. Traffic. They don't want to sit in traffic
I mean, it's
on that day.
yeah.
They go early.
Right. So, but, that gives and like Teresa said, I do have the breakdown from 2020 up until, this last election, if you want.
And you'll see, if you go to one precinct, you're gonna see your early voting go through the roof. There won't be that much on voting day, because everybody won't fight the traffic.
The room over there now, if that was an option, well, it is an option, but like I said, I don't know if, right now, both of my board members have one adamantly said no. The other, he said he just doesn't feel like that would be the thing to do. We go to Athens, and I know people get tired of us here saying that, but we go to Athens, we go to other things,
It's a big thing, transportation is not the issue that it was 50 or 75 years ago.
And now, and I'm also here now, well, they're making it harder for you to vote absentee.
Correct.
I don't know what, I mean,
They watch that on TV, it's not any harder. It's the same as always.
Do you have any data on the average age of voters?
I can get that, I don't have it with me, but yes, sir, I can get that. That's something we can pull off of our system.
And here again, I would agree with the comments you made. We're a mobile society. I mean, you know, and some of the precincts we have, I think it would be safe to say that, you know, well, in the district, I don't think we even have a Dollar General.
No, you do not.
But, so people have to travel to do everything.
Mhm. I'm right, I completely understand. I completely understand. Now,
Well, go through the exercise of doing this, presenting these numbers to your committee folks, you gotta be huge. In your lobbying efforts, I hope one of the things that y'all, the organization is working on is open the eyes of legislators to see, for them to know what it costs us to conduct elections and consolidate. Quit having one every other weekend.
Yeah, that's such a true statement. I stood on the soapbox yesterday and preached that. The legislators, I don't know if they're overwhelmed. I really don't know what it is. Not trying to get off topic, but if 581 has turned into a bigger train wreck now because of legislators overthinking or undereducated. I don't know which it is, but it just, and I literally said, we've got to start electing smarter people, because this is horrible at the county levels in which they dictate to us. So you're right, it's getting worse every single year. So.
Excellent information, thank you.
Yes, great presentation. I want to follow up quickly with, so if this is 6 months out, let's just presume, it won't happen in 2026, at least at the beginning. We're going to need to prepare our budget for 26 as if we're not even talking about
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Now, let me add this too, and I encourage any of you to come once, and I'm gonna try to set up these public hearings, at our next meeting, just to discuss with them. But I will have 2 public hearings for people to come in and, you know, tell us what they think. We will be there just like you hold public hearings. We'll be listening. We're not making any decisions or whatever, but we'll have to open that up to the public to let them voice their opinions. I've had some people say they are coming, some say they're not. What's the use? Some say, yes, I'll be there because my tax dollars are going up. I want to, help. But we will, and I'll let you all know when you want, when that will take place. But
If anybody wants to keep 12 precincts, I want to see a daily photo of them hitching their mules up, dragging
Yeah,
mud,
absolutely.
going to the field and taking, going home, because that's
Rainy
ridiculous.
days,
yeah, we are, like I said, there are,
And those were set up when there's one day voting.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
One day.
that's
That is the
another
most
thing
truest
that they can
statement
go
ever.
back as far as absentee, put a reason for absentee voting. Don't let just anybody, because they want to vote absentee, give a
I think that's
reason.
the push.
Give
There's a limited number of reasons now that you can.
Give a reason for that, and then cut the early voting weeks back. So that you're not, open to all of these. But like I said, that's just some things, and I did include a map as to what that 7 precinct would look like there. But if you have anything that y'all need to talk with us about, once we, get some dates down, I'll go to Atlanta to talk to Gina Wright, reapportionment, to just have her draw up some maps of what it's gonna look like with precincts and things like that.
Quickly on your budget.
Yeah.
We saw your requested, you saw the administrator's suggestion, and you saw mine. Is there anything on there that sticks out that we administratively or chairman-wise may have made a mistake on, I need to relook at?
No, sir, I think that you both, administrative and the chairman's, columns, they both look fine with us.
Okay.
I was gonna ask Susan about on the office supplies, where it's got the 2025 actual.
And that's only through like middle May.
Okay, it shows us a negative there, so I just didn't.
Probably
get
with
the-
the credit.
Okay,
Yeah, I
great,
think,
okay.
I think it had to do with the debt. Like,
Right,
remember
Oh,
the
yes,
disc?
yes, I
I
remember.
think that's what it was.
Okay.
But I have a question. Really, the only one that totally got changed was at the very bottom, that small equipment, not capital. You had put 10,
Right.
and we had dropped it down to 5. Was there some specific reason
Well,
that
that
you did 10, or was you just pulling from last year?
kind of pulling from last year, but also that was before we started talking about SPOS money.
Okay,
So,
all right. So
you
you're
know,
okay with the
yeah.
5?
Right,
Okay.
yes.
And then my other question, but since we did know when I prepared this, that Ron will be moving to part-time, and now she's asking for a second part-time position, does the board, would you want me to go back, increase that number, another 18 or so, whatever his rate is, and then also increase the benefit side for the other full-time position that would replace him?
I think you need to have a worst-case scenario number.
Well, and, yeah, because, I mean, basically, we're talking probably another 18 in the wages and whatever the taxes are on that, plus the benefits will be somewhere, it's like 10,292, I think, is the thing, and then life insurance is like $70 for an annual. So basically 10,3.
All right, I have no other questions.
One other thing, if I may add,
Sure.
and I meant to, we have talked about this, dues. I understand the ACCG dues probably have gone up, or they may go up, but our Gabrielle dues, our association, right now, we pay like $40 per person to join to keep up with all the things that we need to deal with. Well, they're gonna come up, they have come up with a new tier system that was based off population. And right now, the tentative amount they're giving us is those dues will go up to $600 next year and $1,200 after that. And said that they were basing that off of ACCG tier, whatever. So I don't, that's all I know at this point, but I want to keep it like it is until we find out something differently.
So, again, we talked about that in the past 2 days. And ACCG is telling me that we need to recognize the yearly population and do not rely on the 10-year census in our budget. That's how they are doing these tier rates, is off the suggested census for the year. The official Georgia State Census is done by the Census Bureau, but there's a mechanism in which they formulate your yearly census, and they really inform the room to make sure you're budgeting according to the yearly census, not the 10-year census, because it's inaccurate way of doing it, because you're gonna get too far behind, because when the next one comes out and it's a massive jump, potentially 1/3 increase, you're gonna be so far behind the 8 ball. They're saying to allocate yearly for those.
Well, I wish that our association would look at the number of voters.
Yeah.
And base that tiered off of that, because you've got, in 2027, Fulton County, those large counties, they're only gonna pay $3,600, which is a lot of money, but still, look at the size of Fulton County versus Madison County. So they need to base it, I think, off of the number of registered voters that we have.
Well, what our topic was salaries, was what it was based off population. And as you showed in these numbers, you have 24,000 registered voters now versus 20,000. Just, they're basing, you didn't get just 4,000 new people that was already currently here. So you're doing population. And that's what the state's telling us, or people at the state level is telling us, be accountable for it yearly. Don't wait until 2030 and the new census come up and you're under the 8 ball.
I guess the only other thing I'd like to, like I said again, you all are welcome to any of our board meetings, and, for discussion or whatever, we just, this is, I was told several years ago, you don't want to touch consolidation, but back then I probably could have, I've seen things, but right now we're going to have to do something.
I remember 5 years ago asking you about it, and you was like, no.
This conversation's been coming up.
Yeah, me and Terry sort of wanted it, or some of us have.
Yeah, but yeah.
But thank you, good job. We're gonna move on to the next one. But
Thank
I
y'all.
need a quick back. You want some more of that stuff you can't read?
No, I'm good. We had
Oh.
Yeah, I just gotta run the restroom.
budget the whole day for this.
Yeah, me either.
You ready, Eddie?
Oh, hey, couldn't say that.
Mr. Pritchett, I'm sorry. Because you got multiple departments.
My answer is just like,
I want. Not mine. If I'd drink that, I'd be bouncing off.
it's a bad habit I'm working on.
I know.
Where you guys want to start?
We'll start with,
Start with that ace.
building inspection, and I printed that permit total year-to-date, information for them, so they have that, and then we'll move to planning and zoning, code, and then animal.
I need to wait on Todd, or
No, go ahead.
go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, going down the list of what was recommended, I don't really have any,
All right.
objections to anything, other than, we will have new code books, code cycle changes this year. So what I'm gonna try to do is go ahead and get those code books taken out of this budget, our current budget, so it won't impact the next one. So, hopefully I can just keep that number down. As far as everything else goes, I didn't really have too many issues.
Educational trainings, in other words.
Yes. So currently I'm working on getting Jonathan certified. He is fixing to take one of his first tests. I would like to get, if possible, depending on the education schedule and how that falls, I'd like to try to get him in another class before the end of the year, but it just depends on how, that falls with their schedule. He is doing everything in the, office, so that saves on travel. And, I believe now he can actually take his tests in the office as well. So that keeps him from having to travel out.
One of the things that me and Eddie noticed and talked about yesterday was the revenues. Do you want to go over that? Because you have some updated information.
Correct. The revenues that were listed on, previously, 63,572. The actual revenue from the July, report is 126,731. That's
You've
as
got
of
that.
July.
Those are the papers directly behind this budget. Teresa does this, and she provides it to us once a month, at the end of every month. But it's got total inspection numbers, different types of inspections, et cetera.
I try to forward it to the board.
Permits, I'm sorry, yes.
Just so they got a
Okay.
mindset as to how many permits is being issued.
So using that as a guide, you should be a good bit above 2025 anticipated.
Yeah, depending on how everything rolls, it'll just about break even.
Another good thing.
Yep.
When do you all expect to be utilizing the geo-permitting program?
We're hoping to do that. We're hoping by the first of the year. October is kind of what we're looking at. They have been meeting with them and working on all the permitting, getting everything tweaked. So we've increased all the meetings with Angie and Melissa, and they've got a meeting. They had a meeting with Geo Wednesday.
Yesterday. They were here yesterday.
Today's Thursday. No, today's Friday.
Today's Friday, yeah.
Okay.
It better be. I quit.
Yeah. I've been a day behind all week, so.
But it looks like that's gonna be a decrease in expenses.
Correct.
Once we get the program taken off. And that, can be used for planning and zoning code and animal control?
Correct.
Okay, and it's only budgeted in,
The three.
is it budgeted in each one's broken out?
It's broken out evenly in the
Okay.
three. But it's in the IT part, because it's a
Yeah.
software maintenance contract.
And there is gonna be an additional expense, Susan and I briefly talked about this. Got the pads, we already have 2, but everybody's gonna end up having 1, and then we're gonna need printers. So that's gonna be an additional expense, at least at the beginning.
This printer's in the truck.
In the trucks.
Yep.
Yeah.
And actually, we talked about that this morning, we didn't get the numbers till I was walking out the door last night from Thomas, ballpark. But basically, I dropped that into the IT hardware area, and so, the printers are running around $450 apiece. The tablets or Surface tablets would be somewhere, he said, just under 1,000, so I rounded it to 1,000. So I ended up putting 2,900 in each department for that. However, there are 2 tablets already. It's just that Thomas needs to look at those to make sure that they're up to date, because they're older. So I just went ahead and dropped the whole 2,900 in all 3 departments for right now, until he can look at that.
So question on the printers themselves, what benefit would the printers be to
Keeps
you?
us from having to, when we do correction slips, we just be able to go in and print them, and everything will be, it saves steps.
Okay,
And then also all that stuff will be accessible via email and through the website. So whether we need to leave something on site or whether they can just access it through the.
all right. Is there any questions on anything on here that we've made changes to that you haven't already addressed? All right, I'm gonna say this, again, it's a small number here, but it's a big number overall. Uniforms, if there has to be uniform purchased, get your list together. I need to say it like this, get your list together of sizes, how many, get them to me. I'm gonna make one order and take care of everybody all at one time. But get those in 25, so I don't have to roll the number over into 26, if possible.
Okay.
No, not impossible. Please make sure we do.
Make it possible.
Just make it possible.
Just do it.
Yeah.
It just needs it done.
Got it.
Plan is on.
And then before you leave that, so what did we decide on the education and training? Are you comfortable with the 15? Or do you uncomfortable?
I think I'm okay with that,
Okay.
especially if need be. I can always, if I had to do a budget amendment and move some of the travel, because like I said, doing stuff in the office and online, it saves that travel. So if we may have to pay more for classes, but we'll save on the travel.
Travel and lodging. Okay, that works. All right.
But the only thing I would suggest is, Susan, is in regards to the old iPads, we use those all the time with our guys.
Uh-huh.
We buy them once a year. And the technology is changing so fast on that stuff. Best thing to do is take them to and put them up in a closet somewhere and just get everything so it's uniform.
Okay.
And that way, the guy doesn't have to worry about which truck he's in today to make sure the printer works with the iPad he's got that day.
Well, and when I did my numbers, I did drop enough for everyone, just as my worst scenario.
Yeah, I would prefer that. I mean,
Your cover sheet includes that?
It does.
Okay.
It does. I dropped those in this morning first thing when I come in.
thank you.
And then, also keep in mind, any expenses as far as offsetting the software or anything like that, I can always come back and adjust fees. You know, if a permit goes up $5, that's not much for the permit, but it is for the bottom line. So. P and Z.
Yeah, P and Z.
As far as P and Z goes, I'm pretty good with everything that was suggested. I do want to, I have asked for more money for education and training. I would like to send the staff to the Gaza conference. That was something they used to do, and for some reason hasn't done in several years. So I would like to start allowing them to be able to do that and increase our education and training.
For budgeting purposes, have you had a talk to them to see if they're even willing to go?
Yeah,
Okay.
I know at least one of them.
I was gonna ask them, didn't I?
And there's different locations. We were looking at it earlier, so it depends on, there's one in, I think there's one at Lakewood County.
You should go ahead and prepay that registration.
No, you can't.
Oh, they open a window, you gotta get in that window.
Yep.
They do that to keep everybody pre-doing it and booking them all up, and then cancel them at the end. All right. Any questions or concerns we need to address, sir?
I didn't see anything that jumps out. Like I said, I didn't have any real issues with anything, that was suggested on here.
One thing to keep in mind, in all the departments, again, thinking outside the box, and can we do better? I just evaluate the fee structure, compare what we're doing to.
And I'm glad you mentioned that. That is something I want to do. P and Z's fee schedule. I want to go back and review it, see what everybody else does around here, and adjust our fees, approvals, that kind of stuff. So that is on the list of things to do.
All right.
Anything else?
Code enforcement.
So, starting up here,
I mean, questions, part-time, yeah.
part-time.
I'm asking, that's a question from me to you. Are we to the point to where we still need that?
I think, it's good to keep it as a,
Emergency backup?
consulting and backup, for sure.
Okay,
So I would prefer to keep that.
okay. Would you rather keep it at a reduced amount, like 7 instead of 10?
Yes, I mean, we could do that.
Okay. I mean, it's as needed now anyway.
Correct,
So,
it is.
Yeah, he hasn't been coming in quite as much.
Yeah, so maybe a new point.
A lot of times after court, if there's something that needs to be addressed, we'll address it then with whatever time remains after court.
Susan, go ahead.
How are the citation fees? How are those, I know they're paid through magistrate.
Yeah, everything's done through magistrate now. I would like to see if there's another way to do that. You know, permit fees are done through the county. Animal control has fees that are done through the county. I do not know, and we kind of did a brief research on this, and we didn't find anybody else that did that. If you could directly pay fees to the county instead of having to go through magistrate.
I'm just curious as to what that revenue offset is.
I
And
don't
not
really
that
have
we,
any
not
way
that
of
we want
knowing.
to try to create this as a revenue developing.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say,
Same time to be.
yeah, but if it could, well, first, it would solve two problems. It would create revenue, but it would also reduce court cases, which,
Would be a huge help.
yeah.
Well, not create revenue, but offset
Yeah, offset, better word, yes, yeah.
expenses.
I mean, revenue is created, it goes through the court system. So the magistrate sends money to the county every month, and under something that is called, I forgot what they call it, smart business citation or something like that. But I have no way of knowing how much of that money is code money.
Yeah.
Versus other stuff, you know, other civil
There
matters.
may be a way to code it though.
Well, I mean,
On there, they
if
would
we
have to
ask
add it.
David, they may be coding it a certain way over there, they may know it, but see, we don't see that on this side.
There's a
They just write
spreadsheet
a check.
somewhere.
Yeah, sure.
But your point is, if somebody gotta pay a fee, if I get a ticket and I just wanna write the fee and go on and not go to court, contest it, whatnot, I can do that.
Could do it in the office and not
Do
go
it
to
in
court.
You know, if I feel like I've been wrong and I want to judge, I can remand myself, whatever they call it, so.
Or it goes to the last case that we couldn't get them to do anything, so last case, worst case scenario, we gotta take it to court.
So what's the issue, Lord?
The magistrate court set aside with legislative intent as to what they can and can't do. Those fines aren't even set by David now. I mean, there's a scale right there that they have to go by. I used to do code enforcement a long time ago. It just, and I ain't current with, I write citations on mobile homes, and all of that's laid out by the state as to what he can charge and what he can't.
We created a fee schedule, or a suggested fine schedule, I guess you'd say, a couple of years ago, because the judge was kinda hanging about where to assign fees and how much those fines should be. So we do have a list of fines, first offense, second offense, third, and so on, even daily offense. So we do have a list.
All right, so if our code enforcement, is anything you see on there that we need to be aware of, question or possible change?
I think everything on here is workable from what was suggested as well. We'll probably send 2 people, a year to the, Gates Conference. I'd like to continue to do that. So I think we're set for that. We have not sent anybody to be certified for the red cards yet. So we do want to do that too, and then they have to be renewed every 3 years. So it's just gonna take a continuing ed course. Do that.
That's already in here, right?
Yeah, yes. So
Okay.
currently, Jonathan and I are the only 2, and Joey certified.
What is red card?
Soil erosion. We can inspect soil erosion.
There's different levels, so if you have like, someone to be a guide on site, you know, just make sure it's done right. I got one for like design and reviewing plans, and making sure they're all in the red cards, for like teaching and everything.
It gives them the authority to, an example, and I use the Highway 98 as a thing, because of the size of the site, the erosion control at that site should be considered as a whole. And if the guys are tracking in and out mud, Eddie can issue a citation right there because of failure of erosion control. I mean, and not for this year, Eddie, but to initiate some conversation on this, I would, the different subject here, I'd really like to see you guys, in addition to doing your building inspections and code enforcement, related to code enforcement, the logical place, because we don't have a formal fire department in this county, I would like to code enforcement to initiate something that would basically be a fire marshal. So while you'll do an inspection and issue a CO, there would be opportunities that we need to recognize, particularly in businesses or buildings that are listed as assemblies and things, that an annual inspection be done there to make sure exit signs are up, fire extinguishers, just a spot check that they are, sprinkler systems have been tested and labeled, because as our businesses grow, we need to be looking at that stuff. You know, and I say that because I went and looked at a project in a business just the other day, and one of the first things I noticed was there wasn't a single exit sign on in the building. And while I'm sure they were there. So I'm sure when the building was built 25 years ago, but, and not using it as a source of revenue, but just using it for the protection of the workers in the building. And also is a source of revenue at the end of the day, because there should be citations issued. The other thing is there was actually chains on exit doors, which is not a good thing.
We would have to envision creating a new
It
role.
would be a new, it would be a new
role.
position.
Specifically, currently, we operate under the state, we call Atlanta. Every time there's a restaurant opens up, they have to call Atlanta for state fire marshal to come down and do all the inspections. There were no yearly inspections. We don't even contract, or we don't even have a authority in Athens.
The problem that I see with creating another position is, yeah, there's a lot, but is that enough to keep somebody busy full time?
It would give you the opportunity to use them as a dual role as that at an inspector. So, example, and I know you know Russ Henson down in Oconee, you know, he kind of migrated from one to the other.
Yeah.
And they still use the state fire marshal in public buildings like their schools and things like that. But the restaurant, the business, he has assumed that, you know. I think there will be opportunities there for us.
All right, so moving on to animal control.
Okay, animal control. One of the continuing issues I see with animal control, there was a suggestion from both of y'all to reduce the overtime wages. I had requested $2,500, and I'm basing that on what we've used so far this year, and that's just one employee. The other employee tends to take comp time. So if they both decided to take overtime, and they get 2 hours every. Now, the other way to fix this, without going into a lot of detail, might be policy change in the way we do animal control.
Correct.
And the way they're on call.
Correct.
So that might be a possible way to fix that. But currently, if we continue to go like we are, we'll exceed the budget we have already.
So the Board of Commissioners went into animal control with good intent. The only issue we're seeing now is we did not think far enough through the policy. We need a firm set of ground rules as to what we will and will not do. We've been stating that per call when somebody says, hey, my cat's up a tree, or the neighbor's cat's up a tree at my house, come get it. And we didn't define well enough what we would and would not run on.
Now,
most of what we do now, honestly, 80% of it is frivolous, that we shouldn't be running on to begin with.
Yeah.
But we do because we don't have policies in place for it. We got ahead of ourselves. But with that being said, I would support you guys coming up with a good policy and bringing it to the Board of Commissioners as quick as possible. Because a lot of the overtime calls, I know one where they wanted us to come get cows up out of the road and bring a trailer. And we don't own a trailer, we don't do cows.
Mm-hmm.
And I get very weary of those phone calls because they know the right thing to do. They say, hey, boss, do you really want me, they give me a call, say, hey, do you really want me to run on that? I'm like, absolutely not. Okay, I thought so. But if it's defined, we wouldn't have these situations.
Yeah, I definitely think there's some policy tweaking that needs to be done to make things more cut and dry. Another thing to take into consideration, if we do our intergovernmental agreements with the cities, and if there's a fee charged to the cities for that, so that'll kind of offset some of that and create a little bit of a revenue stream and offset that cost. You're also going to have, in doing that, we're going to have more costs with feed and care of the kennels. So there's going to be some.
Well, there's going to be more kennels built.
More kennels.
Yeah, and that was part of the discussion with extending the kennels too, with any of that.
I do know that Mike, I think has got the contracts done, but after noting the policies, we don't need to enter into any of those agreements until we have a firm policy. Because if not, we're gonna get run to death, because the cities are gonna be 90% of the calls we receive, and we don't have a policy determining what we are actually gonna run on. So while the contract may be ready to sign, and while the cities may be ready to enter that agreement, until we have a firm policy, we do not need to sign those contracts. That's my opinion. And I know I'm throwing that in late in the game, and I know you're looking at me, but if not, I can hear Carlton now, so there's an effect, but I can hear them calling, there's a dog in my yard, and I don't know who it belongs to, come get it. And that is far from what animal control is.
Well, we had discussed animal control be complaint driven anyway.
Be what?
Complaint driven. Same thing with code, complaint driven. We're not riding around looking for trouble, you know. Somebody files a complaint, we address it.
Do you, in ignorance on my part, under your revenues here, is that from citations issued for picking up a dangerous animal, or is that from charging someone for boarding an animal that we're keeping in a kennel until they pick it up? Or are we doing those?
Those are some of those, I believe those are the fees that were paid in the office up to this date. As far as
That's boarding, animals, you have to pay if we seize your animal, whatever level, and we board it, and you have to pay to get it out.
Yeah.
But do they have, and here again, it may be a gap, but do they have the authority to cite when they pick up an animal?
Yes. Yes.
Where does that money go to the court, or does it come?
If it goes through the court system, then that goes to the court. If it's a fee for like a kennel stay, like Christine was just saying, then that comes in.
So you don't get credit for it either, then?
Correct.
That would be another thing in your check.
I see 3 items on here, there's a pretty good bit of difference in the requested and suggested. You got vet services, animal control supplies, and small equipment not kept.
Let's see. Vet services. Okay, so this was initially, what was here. And although it hasn't been used very much this year, there is also the fact that we have not had a large quantity of dogs in the kennel this year. So that number could very well change.
So year to date is 0.
Yeah, so, well, we've actually had, I thought there was a number on that, but, the previous year was 984.
Yeah. So
So
historically,
I think I would be comfortable with the $2,000 that's recommended.
When we go down to the animal control supplies, that big number in 23, less the number in 24.
And a lot of that comes because last year, we put that large number in because they did not have, they were just setting up and getting going. We had to buy a lot of equipment for them, cages, their little animals, their seeds.
The noose, the whole 9 yards.
The whole thing.
We went
We had a
from 0
lot.
to.
Yeah. So we had done 10, and they ended up spending right around 7,700.
Yeah.
So that was why we chose to reduce back.
Yeah, so there's most everything is in place unless we do expand the kennels.
So you don't see a big need for that big is it? It's shown.
So the 25.
The 25 should be
Yeah, as
fine.
opposed to 10,000.
Yeah.
Do we wanna leave the 10,000 in there to expand the kennel?
Yeah,
That's,
you're going to, again, you enter those IGAs and you're gonna hit 10,000 quick. Because of the expense of adding more kennels.
I think that might not be part of the agreement. We're gonna assume.
Well, we were planning on putting it in the IGA to where there's a buy-in for those cities of X dollars, but we still need to show the expenditures, and then we'll have to show the revenues
So we
as
need
they
to show
come
the
in at the end
revenue
of the year.
offset, so.
Yeah, it may offset, but they still need to be explained.
Yeah.
That's kind of what me and Eddie had talked about, how we would come up with that fee for the cities with, okay, if we have to expand our facility, and here's how we're gonna divide it up. over the course of 2 or 3 years, whichever.
And then after that point, then any fees that could go up or could go down, depending on cost of housing, food, debt services, what have you.
We got them cows running around in the pricing fees right now, let's rent us a trailer and drop them off at the sale barn, we'll have everybody paid for it. Nobody wants to claim them.
Oh, they'll claim them by the time you sell them,
Too late.
Those two, if you wanna make sure they're in line with what we need are small equipment and animal control supplies.
All right, any other things on here, Eddie, that sticks out that we may have changed that you would prefer not to change?
I think that pretty much, most of everything is, like I said, any numbers that might fluctuate, it just depends on if we do take over the cities.
So maybe it's better to leave the animal control, supplies at the 2,500 for now, since we really don't know what the revenues are.
Correct.
And then, once those IGAs are determined,
Well,
we
yeah,
can add a
sure.
revenue line and do the offset.
Agreed.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's gonna be your cleanest for auditing purposes. All right.
And just on in general, I mentioned this when the, animal shelter folks came up, is there a way that we can do that different? So if we require every animal to be spayed or neutered unless you're a breeder, does that go away? It's just a thought, it's not for today, but I was thinking about how can we do better.
But I think, I'm gonna agree with that. I can hear the argument automatically as like, well, I can't afford that. And therefore, we end up in a euthanization fee and or owning a dog for adoption, and then we still pay it.
Yeah.
There's things to think through, big picture. I'm thinking if you do something like that, you have a year of grace period. During that year of time, we offer spay and neuter for a nominal fee, but at the end of that 1 year, then if your dog's not spayed or neutered, then it goes away or you pay for what it needs. I think that's just thinking down the road.
We've got to do a better job of educating. We've got to do a better job educating the public. We're seeing a lot of vendetta calls.
That's what you're gonna have,
Yeah,
yes.
your dog is in my yard,
So, I'm gonna get my neighbor's dog.
come get my neighbor's dog. And that way they can blame us for picking the dog up instead of saying that, hey, you're the one that called.
Well, what we discussed with things like that is, if you get like three complaints, then it might have to be come out there the first time your dog's off property. I'm telling you, giving you a verbal, letting you know you need to contain your dog. Second time, warning. Third time, citation.
That's perfect.
Well, we've actually give dog off property citations. One, for instance, we're getting videos on, we're getting pictures because the neighbor's dog is digging it up, and they want something done. But what they don't want to do is build a fence in their yard to keep the dog out. So they think it's our responsibility to go and take the man's dog and everything else, even though we've already wrote dog off citation properties. We're waiting on him to come to court for whatever reason. You can't just pick up the dog because it's roaming. I mean, if we did, we'd have 200 over there right now.
I mean,
You can, but what I'm saying is,
I know what you're saying.
legally you can.
I think that you can pick them up for roaming, and then maybe their fees come greater.
dog on property, you can cite for that on nuisance animals.
That's the issue that we'll run into, is if we pick up all the roaming dogs, half of them are gonna be claimed, and then there will be with a speed bill, a vet bill.
I'll be honest, this is why I did not want animal control. You can't win in this situation.
It's true.
But anyway, all right, thank you, Eddie, and, Building and Grounds is up next. Y'all still there?
Thanks, Eddie.
All right, thanks, Phil.
My clock's running thin now.
Belly button grab.
I don't worry about lunch. I got work.
Ride it like you stole it.
Enjoy the
Feel like to put it.
Nursing.
John? Did you guys get a copy of, maintenance report?
Yes, they all have this copy here.
Yes.
There was one typo I found, the average age of our buildings is 38 years.
Okay.
Not 80.
88 reflects better.
Yeah, right. Did anybody have any questions about what was handed out? Look like y'all ain't read it.
Correct.
No, they haven't
Got it
read
today.
They just got it. I heard you.
What do you consider poor condition on a building assessment?
Frequent maintenance needed or high energy inefficiency.
Not falling down.
No, that would be, critical.
What are the buildings we have that are critical?
The jail, the old jail, I guess you call it. The CID building.
The one right there.
Oh,
that's-
yes.
Probation.
Yeah, probation. Are those two separate buildings?
No, one building.
Oh, we have it listed as two, so there's two there.
There's a little foyer that divides it, so, I mean, the old jail is not actually being used at all for anything. So.
Yeah, okay.
Understood.
And then moved on.
The health department
No, it's all out.
and Allen's,
Comes it late.
farmhouse, or whatever you guys call it.
Yeah.
So you don't have you list the Presbyterian Church.
I did not.
That was still on it too.
We don't have it listed under my department yet as a building that we do.
Gotcha. You're looking for work.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
So some of the things that my department is doing, is, unfortunately, I just received a resignation, letter from one of my employees, so I'm gonna be going down again. He's gonna be well missed, but can't blame the kid, cause he's getting a $12 an hour raise, doing less work, so. I actually wrote him a letter of recommendation. But that being said, there's a lot of things that you guys don't see that doesn't show up on here that we're doing, but you might have when you came in. We started spraying ourselves, just to see if there's a difference between what we can do versus what we're paying almost $9,000 for now. And the results are astounding. Comer EMS was our first test place because we had issues down there, constant issues. Since we sprayed, there's 0 live insects, and every day they're filling almost a dustpan. So I don't know if they come from the school, I don't know if they come from the gravel yard, I don't know. But, and it's getting less and less, so it's getting better with that. Our plan is to, spray all of our buildings on a 3-month rotation. One of the things I did when I got the nod was I pulled Nell out of here full time. She comes here 2 hours a day, and she now visits every building that we maintain, and cleans this as well. The basis of that came from me being a taxpayer, and I feel like I pay a lot in taxes, and if I go to a building, I think it should be clean and look appropriate. Some of the things I've noticed since I've been here, I've only been here a year and a half, but some of the things it's become more and more evident is the acceptance of mediocrity with taking care of stuff. And it's coming to a head where now we're replacing stuff instead of Band-Aiding stuff, because you can't Band-Aid it no more. We have come up, Alan and I worked with several facets of repairing things. A good example would have been yesterday, the courtroom, where they're having a big trial. Just couldn't get the humidity out of there. So we were looking at a $2,500 bill to get it repaired. The vendors that we're working with now are very flexible with us, and we got that repaired down to less than $400 by us purchasing the Freon or the refrigerant and getting it taken care of. And I'm slowly educating myself on HVAC. It's not my specialty, but when I can't fix it no more, that's when I have to call. So I kept it going for 4 days, but after that, I just couldn't get it to come up again. With this proposal I'm trying to get, I now will be looking for 2 people, but I'm hoping to get somebody who's experienced, maybe in some of the facets that we spend the most money in.
HVAC's a big one. It's a real big one. Just to give you guys some idea, when I first started here, we had a list of 43 air conditioning units that we maintained. Upon going to all the buildings, we actually have really close to 80 if you count window units and split units. So these have never been maintained. And the mediocrity come back up again, well, we'll just replace it after a couple of years. If you clean the filter, you don't have to replace it every couple of years. It's not really complicated, I don't think. The budget that I was presented, I went over it. There's a few things that I would like to, did that get changed?
Which one? The ones you gave me, yes,
Okay.
yes. It is.
So one of the big ones was, the transfer station, the roof and the gutters on that. We had 8,000 set aside. I can honestly, I know we can fix it for $200 in materials. So, we don't always have to replace everything, to make something functional. But we can, if we structurally sound, the roof's not in bad shape. What had happened is a tree had grown up between the gutter and the roof, and when it pushed it up, it unfolded the roof. And when they cut the tree off, it didn't lay back down. So with the gutters, when they were full, the water would back up on the roof, kind of like ice does, north of here. And every time it would rain hard, the roof would leak. And because they have the insulation in between the rails, it was just traveling to a different spot every time before it would leak out. So it's still the same hole. We have it on our schedule to get it fixed. But our schedule, it fills up pretty quick. I have presented, I'm in the works of putting a preventative maintenance schedule together, like PM in buildings, instead of, stopping the fire before it starts, basically. And honestly, we don't have the manpower at the time. Our new work order program that Susan was pretty instrumental in getting going, we went live July something, 10th, maybe. And I just took care of work order number 90. So we're getting a lot of work. Not all of them aren't, putting a new roof on. Some of them are just fixing a light. One of the problems we're having in this building is the keystones are dry rotted and they're starting to ignite. We've had 4.
Catch on fire in the office.
And we've got to those in less than 5 minutes. We actually beat the fire department. So we've replaced those. We've ordered the stuff to redo this whole building. We haven't got the new keystones yet because these lights are really old, but they still make those keystones. So we are going to be able to take the keystones out of every light. There's 8 in each one, not these, but the other ones. Put in more efficient bulbs, take the ballast out of the equation, and I think we can get another 20 years out of them. There's a lot of things that we've worked together, and honestly, without, Todd, Christina, Susan, Alan, I couldn't do what I have to do. I honestly couldn't. It's a challenge sometimes. Just working with our own tools, that's tough, Now that Ethan's leaving, we're going to have to get some tools. I can't run 2 trucks, 3 trucks really, with my tools. So that's an expense that's coming. It's in that line item. We will get by. But I'm hoping that we can maybe start taking more pride in what we're doing and get the department up where it needs to be instead of, stepchild, I guess. I don't even know what it was before me. Alan was cleaning floors and painting buildings the next hour later. That's crazy. But with Nell, back to when I pulled Nell out, she's getting parts for us. We don't have to leave to go get parts. She's being proactive in getting accurate counts, which is another thing we're going to be doing here soon. We're going to centralize our cleaning supplies. Preliminary results show us saving about $10,000 a year. I know it's pennies, I get it, but as we're stacking these up, if you take into account the bug spray, centralizing our just cleaning supplies and maybe moving that into paper and office products, I'm shooting for about $50,000 a year that we can save. So, and TC and I, it started off as a game. We would keep track of, well, if we had somebody else fix this, what would it be? And but when he left, it was $255,000. And since he has left and we're in the role now, I'm in the role now, we're at like 32,000. So we saved, 2,000 yesterday. It just keeps adding up. And we're fixing it right. I mean, that's the thing that's changing. We're fixing it right. So, y'all got questions for me? You gotta have something.
Yeah. Is there anything that administratively been changed or that I've changed that you would recommend us not changing? I think you and Susan's already got together on this since this was made.
Yeah. This is my first time doing this with this county. It's not my first time going through a budget in a position I held. Honestly, all the things that you guys that you recommended, I was on board with. There was just a few that I think were way shot. And as you guys know, with my department, we're really just making a guess.
That's right.
We don't know what's gonna happen. If we lose the 20-something-year-old big air conditioners that we got that's limping, we're gonna have a problem. Yeah. I went to the local AC people and said, give me your price on a ton, like installed tonnage. And it was at the time the lowest was $3,500, and it went all the way up to 42-something, 42.65 or something like that per ton. These are 20-ton units out here sitting side by side. Worked out a thing with Jones, and we're at like 3,000. I mean, I'm not opposed to people not, making money, but if we proactively go at these things, the temporary generator, worked with Ricky. We got a great deal on that, and 4 hats and T-shirt, So we saved, I don't know, $4,000 or something like that with him. That's
with
just
the buyback option.
right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the position I've held before, I've built homes, I've managed other things, I've done a lot of different things. We're making progress with our relationships with everybody who does stuff for us. The biggest thing I see coming, personally, is this health department. We just went over, and I just redid that toilet that's coming up. If that's an indication of that pipe coming up and the other one dropping, then I think we got about 3 or 4 more inches left, and that's it. It's a real problem. I don't know how much longer I can convince them that it's gonna be all right. I really don't.
All right. Nothing else budget-wise? You think we need to change?
The uniform thing, I got T-shirts ordered, and I did get proactive with that.
Thank you.
So that, before you did this part, because I think it's nuts, these guys have to wait 2 weeks or 3 weeks to get a shirt,
Well, nobody has to wait. It's been budgeted all year, unfortunately.
Right. I mean, just getting it turned around. Like, I'm gonna have them sitting on the shelf. So if they get X amount of shirts, you bring them one, I'll give you another one. We never know what's gonna be on our shirt.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
You look into
Let me ask you, I think Alan is next, but I know yours is gonna be a lot faster tomorrow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but, I mean, Robin's fit to go lunch, there won't be no more lunch.
He don't need no lunch. You've lost more weight than he has.
Yeah.
He had more to lose.
Yeah.
But I can,
Wow, they didn't talk about that.
yeah.
So, right, go ahead. Lamar, yours is faster.
Well, I mean, it's whatever you want to do.
Alan may take a,
Well, I'm gonna pull executive privilege and ask, has anybody got any questions for me? Because I did not budget all those days, I've got a commitment, I gotta use that for.
all right. Thank you for coming. Surely we'll be, because we're gonna go through lunch, so hopefully we'll be done by 2.
We cut that to 1.
Gonna be tough.
Well, I'm
There might be a
pretty good.
donut left there, Terry.
Don't not get my work done either.
All right.
I got one question.
Yes, sir.
Because I didn't see bonds on the employees in the line items
Yeah.
this year.
Don't.
Okay.
It's a blanket on your
Okay.
insurance safety issue.
That
So you
was-
don't have to worry about it.
Well, I did, that's one of the few emails I read. Making sure. I'm pretty good. I've always tried to be a good steward. Again, I really consider myself a county employee more than I do anything else. I did have a question though. I don't know what the state's doing this year, anything like that, but I didn't request my salary. I always leave it blank.
You didn't.
No, but on the line items where I was deleted, if you look back historically, I haven't touched the full potential on those line items. Now, here's the issue I have this year though, and knowing I can go back retro and resubmit stuff like that, I'm good. I'm perfect with this right here. I don't have any problem with it. My employees, since I went to the 30-hour employee, we'll know through this billing cycle, but I'm almost 100% sure that's gonna stay a 30% job until it's no longer feasible. A 30-hour job, excuse me. So I'm good there as far as the employee stuff. For the first time since 2016, I am not 99% collected. Okay, now I'm 98 and heavy change, but I have 740. This is every delinquent county in the county, less about 50 payment plans. Most of these single years will be taken care of through the billing cycle. Y'all are out somewhere around $265,000 back historically on the 7 years. That's where y'all are sitting right now. I've got $740 something thousand total over those 7 years to collect. But most of this single year stuff on this left right here clean up over the billing cycle. Once people get their bills and it shows the delinquency, they'll pay it. I've mailed letters on every single one of these. It's hitting at about 25% right now. So we are still getting stuff in. If I'm lacking anywhere, it's probably in mobile home collections, because I ain't been able to go out and write citations and stuff like that. We've been busy with some other stuff. There's 434 property accounts. Majority of them were cleaned up over the next 120 days. There's 225 mobile home accounts. Personal properties is the best shape this ever been in. There's 81 accounts. Most of them boats, I started riding them about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And the first 10 visits, one of the 3 boats actually there anymore. So you're gonna see a lot of that end up going away on the ACO side with Robertson's office. So again, I'm good on my budget stuff. I'll do whatever we need to do on our end. I would just say, the only other recourse I have to change up on collections, because I've been pretty aggressive, would be actually filing FIFAs in the clerk of courts instead of me filing them in my office. And then you get that impact when somebody goes to buy a new car or somebody does a refinance, anything like that. It might tighten them collections up a little bit. It's also going to affect people's credit. But technically, when I send those 30-day notices out in January, I'm required by the legislative intent to go and file that FIFA at the end of that 30-day period. I hadn't done it. Most tax commissioners don't unless it goes to tax sale. And you got a fine line right there where somebody's getting an income tax return, they're gonna pay the property tax, okay? So you don't wanna twist up the credit on account of that too. That's sort of a rock and a hard place kind of deal, but that's really about the only thing else I could do. The economy has driven this right here, because I brought 800 tax sale this year. Didn't actually sell but 6, 7 horses, but we did have a bunch of them in the tax sale advertising. Most of the line items y'all cut are the line items that pay y'all back, okay? And again, I don't have a problem with that, knowing if I needed to do something, or I needed more final fees, I could always come back and talk to y'all. So, again, I'm good. I do have one request, and I spoke to you and I spoke to Benny about it. And I spoke to Mike. I've had a pretty rough run the last 4 years on the kind of stuff with my son, first one thing to another. And I would like to do new intergovernmental agreements with the cities to where I could take that 2.5% on real and personal property back if I could. It's about $10,000 to $11,000 a year before I pay taxes on it. And I already spoke to Michael, and he said that it would have to be completely new agreements, not just between myself and y'all, but between the cities too. And that's where we're left.
Okay.
But I'm just gonna give you a heads up. I'll have 1099 for the county.
Yep.
And, probably withhold about 30% on it.
Well, I don't see that being a problem, considering it is all your legal right to do so.
Well, it
And
is.
you forfeited it to the county for all this time.
Well, here's the thing, I'm at the end of my run. I got a term left and then maybe one more. So the benefits to the county was a good bit more, and I got a spreadsheet y'all can see that shows. And this is only on real and personal property.
Correct.
It doesn't have anything to do with mobile homes, timber, anything like that.
Yeah.
And it, like I said, it runs, to date this year, it's sitting at about 10.6, 10.7.
And
But if I would appreciate it, it would make a huge difference for me as far, and Gabe's benefits are fixing to start. He's gonna be all right. It's just the last 4 years have been sort of tough on me, and so it's real tight. And that'll go a little ways toward
that's not gonna
taking some of that up.
make an overall impact on our county budget, and again, it is something that's
I've been able to roll back.
allowed to anyway.
I've been able to roll back every year, been proud to. You know, that tax collection line item, when I first took office, Louise had $30,000 in that account. And that board of commissioners wasn't known for being magnanimous, but they left it alone, because nobody ever went to the offices and talked to them or said anything like that. They just assumed, okay? So, hell, I looked like a hero that first year. I cut that budget by about $60,000. Didn't have to do a damn thing. But, y'all need anything, just let me know. I appreciate it.
It's a uniform, 2025.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I always, well, I do one color, but I always try to keep a decent shirt, and that's all my ladies need, sitting at the counter. But it's ladies, I don't know how to say this and not, there's nothing uniform about it. It's like paint, teal, just every color you can think of. And when I try to make it mandatory for them to wear it, they fuss if they all match when they come in, first one thing another. So that can probably be cut to just me wearing a uniform.
Well, again, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's not a mandated uniform policy. It's
Well,
if
I
you're
thought
requesting
it was.
please get them.
Yeah, I thought it was, but I could probably.
People in the field would
Yeah.
prefer to have our name on it, so they don't
That's
get
right.
asked questions of who's
Actually,
with.
Well, it's,
The
yeah,
logo.
it's charity of.
Yeah, the logo that Robin and them put on there, I like it better than my old one. You know, this is one I've always used, but I've always worn uniform shirts.
Yeah, well,
But it may be that I can cut that to my 3 shirts a year.
okay.
But no, I'm good, y'all.
All right, so you have no changes that you have not already prior
No.
worked out?
Susan and I talked, and y'all know when I do my raises and stuff like that,
Yep.
I performance based. So there may be some changes as far as who gets what, but the bottom line is the bottom line. But I am intent on leaving that 4th position a 30-hour employee if it works through the business cycle.
Thank you, sir.
No, I appreciate y'all. Y'all need something holler, just don't holler real loud.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir.
All right, Robin. And then Al, I promise.
No one have any of that.
Who?
EMS,
Oh, yeah.
I told him I would text him.
Jeez, Katie. Oh, my goodness. I don't know Mike Pruitt's email address off the top of my head. It's Mike Pruitt at hallboost.com. I don't know, send it to Katie.
Cross.
Cross, please. She said, apparently we're not pen pals. That's what she said. It's not in her system. All right, Robin.
Okay. As far as the budget goes, I don't see anything on here that is just glaring, sticking out to me. Really wasn't anything much that I increased over last year. The only request that I had on there were the COLAs. Everything else Susan and I have already been through.
You are currently fully staffed too, right?
Yes.
He's like, yay, fine.
Yeah, we did have one that just moved up though. He got his, certificate.
We actually had two that moved up. John moved up from a 1 to a 2, appraiser 2, and Feeney went from a trainee to an appraiser 1.
Okay. And those are reflected in this budget cycle?
Yes.
Okay. Because it went into effect automatically, immediately thereafter.
I need to check on Feeney. I'm not real sure. I don't know if she changed that on the worksheet. I'll check here.
Yeah, we
What
can
the
double
other
check,
one
because it should go into effect after completion.
Yeah,
It's
because
not
didn't
gonna go-
Feeney's just take place, like,
Within the past, 6 weeks.
Yeah, something like that. So it may not have been, but it was not
It's
like.
very minimal.
It was like $1, right?
Yeah.
I think it was $1. So it's minimal.
Anything that
But I'll
we
check.
have cut either administratively or by myself, that you have a problem with and wish to have it back?
Mm-mm. No, because most everything I have stayed the same as last year, so there really wasn't any increase. And I looked through, I didn't see where you had cut anything lower than last year's request.
All right, so with that being said, I know we want to get more of a detailed update. I know Christina sent out an email explaining that you would, just a highlighted email, but did you go into detail about the Travis Business Service?
Yes.
All right.
So this is just a breakdown of Trailer Business Services, what we've done to date. You see that it says total cases reported 318. This is since the beginning of their audit process.
So that's to sell towers and the retail?
It is.
318.
Yes. So right now, it shows down here where it says paid, 164 accounts. That's what the county has paid to date. And so that was their actual fees were $95,875. If you look over at the estimated tax due with penalties, that's what the county is collecting off of those 164 accounts to date. So it's paying for itself.
So are you referring to the 470 being paid to date?
Yes.
So there's an anticipated.
That, we'll have to ask Lamar if they've all paid, but that is what is being billed.
Okay. So the 470 is based off the 164, not 470 based off of the 318 reported.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
So that potentially, there could be another 470, potentially.
There could be, yes.
Okay.
And as of today, Trailer has 107 accounts that they're working. They've already done site visits. They've already requested information and gotten it back from the taxpayers. They're now in the process of just putting all that information together to see if they're in compliance or if they're not in compliance. If they're not in compliance, we send those back out to the taxpayer. They have an opportunity to appeal. They can appeal those and prove why they're not in compliance or why they think they are in compliance. If it's found that they're not in compliance, then those 5 that they've sent us so far will go into the estimated tax due because they'll owe extra tax.
All
And that's
we're
just-
working on currently is retail still.
Yes, it's retail, we have 112 accounts remaining that are gonna be sent to trailer. Those are gonna be the banks, the hair salons, the insurance companies, things like that, and then the small businesses that didn't fit into any category. It's just to clean up everything else.
But Trailer Business Service don't have those yet.
No, Hannah still has those that she's packaging to send to trailer. The 107 trailer does still have, and they'll be sending those to us, just like they sent us 9, because those 9 they've completed. And then once they complete some more, they'll send us more. They'll probably send them like every Friday until we get through those. But if you look down at the bottom, you can see that it's not something that they do overnight, because the last batch that Hannah sent them was September of 24. And then 4 of 25, they did their last round of site visits. And so it takes them about a year once we send the files to them for them to complete those.
Through all the investigations, the findings, and then the back and forth between the property owner and them.
Yeah, because they send a request to the property owner for their information. They may get it within 30 days, they may not. They may have to send another letter out to them, may have to issue a subpoena to try to get the information. We've only had to do that 3 times, and all 3 of those taxpayers came in and brought the information once they got the subpoena. They were like, we didn't understand what we were supposed to do.
Just for the record, one of them that was subpoenaed, once they finally got their information in, they actually were fine. They didn't owe a penny.
Didn't know they were compliant.
They were compliant, but they just wasn't compliant about complying to the request.
Yeah, because they misunderstood what Trailer was asking for. They thought Trailer wanted all of their income tax records, and that's not what they were asking for.
All right, so on the 107 that's currently ongoing, do we have a completion time for those?
They're complete as far as the site visits and all the information, everything. It's just Trailer has them in their office working up the files to send to Hannah.
Okay.
And they've lost one of their field guys, so it may be a little longer.
Once it's received by Hannah, what happens?
Then Hannah sends the notice out to the taxpayer to let them know that it's been completed, whether they're in compliance or whether they're non-compliant, and then they can either appeal if they're non-compliant. If they're in compliance, then it will be closed.
Okay. All right. So with that being said, that's at a cost of us for $45,000 on the 107, but the potential return rate is 470. So
It could be,
yeah. What is the void 37?
Those were accounts that we had sent to TBS, and once they got them and they requested the information, if they didn't get any information back, they investigated why. Those are going to be businesses that had closed, that you can't get information from, or they're businesses that the name, or they sold to someone else and they only got 1 year. So they're things that they just can't do an investigation on. And they're accounts that they'll send back to Hannah. If they've closed, we'll take them out of our system. If their name changed, we'll change the name, send a new return out.
So total discovered of 33.9, that's based off the current 318?
That's based off the current 164.
164.
Yeah, because we don't know what they discovered on the 107.
Okay. That's huge. And that is...
That's 100% value, $33 million they discovered that was underreported in personal property.
And that's only for the...
164.
So that could potentially double also.
It could.
Yeah, we've been losing. Okay, all right.
And then I think somebody had a question about how many new constructions we had.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they sent us that information in the email. We talked about that.
We talked about that earlier, yeah.
On the new construction?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we run a report to tell us how many we had for each year for the past few years. In 2022, there was 128 new homes built.
Okay.
In 2023, there was 208. And in 2024, there was 105.
What I was trying to get in my head is, the numbers of our total revenue increase. I was trying to figure out how much of that would be represented in increased values to the existing property owners, compared to just new accounts.
Yeah, and that's gonna be reflected in the PT 32.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what we were looking, I gave them those totals.
And that 105, I'm assuming, is through August 1st or July?
That was for 24.
Oh, it's 24 is 105?
Yeah, we didn't do a
24.
report for 25.
Okay.
Those are houses that were built in 24 that were put on the 25 digest.
Yeah, we was talking about that a minute ago with economic development. You wasn't in here, but so anything up on Highway 98, if it's completed and has a CO in 24 or 25, it can be picked up in 26. But if it doesn't have a CO until 26, you won't pick it up till 27.
We'll pick up whatever's there. It'll be a partial complete,
Okay.
but it'll still have a value for whatever's there January 1st.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. So it don't have to be completed. It can be a partial complete.
Right.
All right.
It's just gonna pick the value of what it was on January 1, correct?
January 1 of 26.
6.
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
And it looks like there's one building that's huge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They went all the way to the max of 30,000 square foot.
Yeah.
For fire protection reasons, they couldn't go above it without doing a secondary building off the side. I noticed, well, never mind, it's not the time or place. I'll ask you later.
The other question we had earlier that we were gonna talk to Rob about was about the utilities, wasn't it?
Yes.
That Terry had.
Yeah, good.
Just on the, our utility companies pay based on their like poles and lines. So what was that, like charter that's putting all these new lines up? What we expect from them?
Inventory.
Well, actually, all public utilities are valued by the state.
Right.
So we accept the state's values. If we don't accept the state's values, we have to defend our value that we place on it.
We don't have an idea what that number is gonna be.
Not until we get our public utilities back from the state.
Have you saw an increase between 23 and 24? Because there's a lot of stuff went in 24. Do you know if that number increased at all?
I'd have to go back and look at the individual utility, like if it was Spectrum or Charter or whatever. I'd have to go back and look at their returns.
It'd be interesting to see if there was a difference between 2023 and 2024 with just Charter alone, because they were plowing cable at that time and installing. Did they report in 24? Granted, 25 is gonna be a lot more than 24, but I'm just curious. If it is a trending up number.
It should be, because if it's put into the county, then the state, they know which counties get how much of their portion.
There should be an increase of $18 million in inventory, because that's what the grant was for.
Yeah, a lot of that may be labor.
That's true, that's true.
So, yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. We usually get those in the fall, the public utilities.
So we'll know in the next few months.
Yeah.
That was one of those numbers on the, and granted, and I would love to think that 1/3 of the 18 million is what's physical and that we will be able to bill for or achieve.
Yeah.
But we got lucky on that, 18 million, because we got the most of any county around because we lobbied so hard to get it.
Yeah.
Most counties got 7. And we got 18.
I know there was a question on franchise fees too.
Yes.
I called the only person I know at the state that would have known that, and she's our digest compliance officer with the state who approves our digest. She doesn't know how the franchise fees are handled or who does it. I thought they might have been done through public utilities with the state. She doesn't think they are.
Most of the time, the franchise fees are done through an ordinance. That's how we did them.
Yeah, I know. They have a written ordinance.
It's a written ordinance, and it tells.
Per buyer.
Right.
But cities are treated different. Cities can collect a power franchise fee where counties cannot collect a power franchise fee.
Yeah. I know that
That's
we
trying
don't
to change.
we don't have anything to do with franchise fees in my office because they're intangible. There's not something that we can reach out to.
Real property.
Right.
Right.
I know Lacey said that she does collect the franchise fees from the companies.
Yeah.
Well, we have, Charter, that's the only one that sends the franchise.
And I don't understand why we don't have Windstream, but.
Well,
we can look into
you know, we went through the same thing over
Yeah.
there at Danielsville, and we finally did get it.
Yeah, I literally asked Windstream, why are you not paying
Why are you not
franchise fee to
paying it?
Danielsville? He said, because nobody ever asked.
Because you didn't ask for it.
And we asked, and we got it. That literally was what happened.
Yeah, it
It was
was.
that easy of a phone call.
It really was. So, it may be something to explore.
Yeah.
There may be some more franchise fees out there that could be available to the county.
Well, please, well, Robbie, you'll be able to follow it anyway, because it's your job, but, I stated earlier, there's a lot of changes that we talked about over the past couple of days.
Mhm.
And, one of them is the 23%, sales tax that may come about if they do away with property tax.
Well,
They're
they're
gonna
not
want the
away with-
counties to collect it, and then we gotta mail all the collections to the state, and then they'll redistribute back our portion.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's messy.
fun.
I don't know that it'll ever go to that.
No, it won't. They don't have the brains of the Department of Revenue to work that way. They struggle now.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Well-
I shouldn't have said that, but it's true.
Before you leave, just thinking out the box here.
Yes.
So trailer has been a great asset, but they also cost a great deal. Sitting on the other side of that, looking into it, I know the county's never wanted to do the business license, but it's not about a total amount of revenue that you're bringing in doing that, but the regulation and just, it helps his office to actually find businesses, and honestly, you may still have to use trailer, but I think you would find you wouldn't use them quite as much, or you wouldn't spend quite as much on that. But they are a good find. They have found a lot of revenue for the county. But, just throwing that out there, maybe
Well,
it needs
and-
to be revisited.
Yeah, we don't have the capability of auditing businesses like Trevor does. We
Right,
have that
and-
expertise.
No, we don't have.
Trailer only audits what we send them.
They only audit what we're sending.
Business license would be beneficial in helping us know what new businesses are coming,
Yeah.
when they're coming, if they were there at the first of the year or after the first of the year.
Not having to go out and be a private detective to hunt them
Well,
up.
I think you were sitting here a minute ago when I said animal control is something I didn't want to get into because it's a nightmare.
Mhm.
Business license is something I want to get into, but it's a nightmare.
It is.
So I don't know how we would structure that. They would have to be a long, hard, laid out, clearly defined policy before we even brought that to the Board of Commissioners.
Yeah.
If we chose to go that route, because it has been tried and it failed because of lack of policy and or understanding or potentially just, effort of pushing it.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know that a lot of the businesses would, push back against it too hard, because a lot of them that are in the county, if they go to Athens to work, they have to have a business license, right?
yes.
That is the reason we're in Athens, Clark County right now, because we work all over northeast Georgia. And I don't wanna go to every place that's got a courthouse and
And get a license.
buy a business license.
Exactly.
So Athens, Clark County, I write them a check every year for $8,900 for business license.
Mhm. And anyone that's in the county now that has to have a business license outside the county, they have to go to the city of Danielsville to get it.
Which is why I put all plumbing's inside the city limits.
Hmm.
Because he's in the same situation.
Sure.
And in all fairness to the prior Board of Commissioners, when they tried it, business license wasn't really required like it is today.
I know that it was more than 15 years ago, because I
Correct.
wasn't here when they tried it.
All right, so you are good with your budget, we can move on.
Mhm.
Just one comment on, you brought up the, business license deal. The perception from the general public, and particularly I'm talking about the trader, and you made a couple of comments, maybe think, particularly on our local retail, like Midway, or, somebody like that. People, obviously those are people that contribute in other ways other than just, so, you know, there's some animosity when we send, outside auditors in there that feel like they're being targeted. One of the premises that we, subscribed to Traeger with were for, evaluating businesses that we didn't have the expertise to do. And I certainly get that on cell towers, I get that when we talk about large industry, and even to some degree on retail. Then you list some things like hair salons. Sure, we can do that.
We can if they provide the information to us, yeah. Those small ones we would be able to do, but.
So what tool does Traeger have that we do not?
Well, they're certified public accountants, so they know a lot more what to look for than Hannah, who's our personal property appraiser, knows to look for, because the state doesn't teach it. Now, one thing that Trailer has promised to do is to take Hannah with them to the smaller business to show her what to look for. To this point, they haven't taken her. So on these next 115, they're going to be the small accounts.
That needs to be encouraged, and with somebody that's on the county payroll and not just an outside contractor, I think we have a better opportunity to have a pulse on the attitude that we portray as we go out there. Look, you know, I kind of have to do this. We are working with you. We're not trying to. Anyway.
Yeah, and I know that I've met the guys that go out for Trailer on the site visits, and they are very professional. And
I had a couple of complaints.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're going to get some.
Well, you're going to get some, because people just get offended. I mean, it's like, it's not even.
But it's like the one gentleman.
I'll be one of those.
Yeah, it's like the one gentleman that was subpoenaed. Once he understood what the process was, he was okay.
He was okay.
Yeah, and he was in compliance.
Well, see, and I will say that's what I found in Danielsville with the business license. One, your ordinance has to be, I mean, you have to have the right policy. You got to lay it all out to them. And then in that ordinance, there was a place where it stated that we could ask for certain supporting documents if we felt like something was wrong.
Yeah, but you still got two up there to fight you every single day.
It's true, you do, but as long as you're getting all of that information, for the most part, you could cut down on what, I mean, like you said, your little hair salons, your little retail stuff. They're gonna comply, they're gonna give that to the county or the city, and most of it's gonna be fine, and you're not having to send it out. You're not having to outsource that. So you could cut it down, but you're never gonna get totally rid of them, because there's gonna be some that, yes, you are gonna need them.
We just can't learn.
Yeah, but we could cut costs there.
All right, no other changes or no other requests to change, we're good. All right, Alan.
Thank you.
All right, you.
Hello. Hi, y'all. Thank y'all for what you've done out in the parking lot there, man. You guys over there on the corner of the parking lot.
Oh, yes. We're trying to keep it lit up, right? I saw Paul, trying to help it out with, Paul's been great, no doubt, on every aspect. Everything we've got into and everything, so he's got a wide, vast knowledge of.
Jack of all trades.
About everything, yes. We'll go to 64 first. Everything was pretty good. I mean, you know, vehicles, we're trying to upgrade some of the vehicles, sheriff's department is, but I do have a problem with the sheriff's department totals. I don't know why we got cut so much. Sheriff's department totals and Department 50. On the repair maintenance of vehicles and tires and tubes.
50.
Department
64.
64, Department 50. Second page. I don't know why they got cut so much, but look at those numbers we've spent this year, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
I don't know where those numbers come from.
Tires and tubes and stuff like that?
Repair maintenance of vehicles and tires and tubes. As many
Well,
vehicles
and I
they
had a
have.
question about that, and because I've been thinking about this too. Some of the repairs and maintenance that we're seeing on that line is the actual expenses. But if we go back and look at the revenues, we had some insurance claim reimbursements, like.
Oh, that is.
So there is a little offset there. I can't really tell you how much, because we don't track like those insurance reimbursements, we don't always track exactly which vehicle that was. So even though what you requested is actual, it's a good average number of what we're really spending, what we have to remember in the back of our head is somewhere on that revenue side, there are some insurance reimbursement claims that got collected also.
Well,
I just had to go back and look at that.
Also, I looked at history. Sorry, if we're looking at the same thing, the total for number 50 sheriffs, I go back all the years, and I'm not seeing the numbers you're seeing. I don't know why that thing loads that way.
I can't print it from this way,
Oh.
and then you even be able to read it.
Gotcha.
So actually, the numbers do look like his. I wasn't real sure why you cut that one. I put my back. I mean, I left mine at the 90 because I kept looking at your 45 thinking, where did he get that from?
I don't know what, I'm looking at something different, y'all.
I thought maybe you knew something I didn't know.
You were probably looking at the actual, but I don't think you realized the
looking at this.
actual was.
Oh, it's up, never mind, yeah, never mind. Oh, I'm looking down below the line, it's up above.
Yeah. I know, he did get confused, and I mean, they're gray, so that we know they were totally,
spent
but it's
last
hard.
2024 was 108,000,
Yeah.
just in that one department.
108.
Mm-hmm.
Right at 109,000
Or
last
that's
year.
repair and maintenance for
Repair and
me.
maintenance was.
Tires was 20,000.
And tires have even went up even more.
And they gone up
These
even
purchase
more.
ships.
Yeah, I don't know why I've got 45 there either.
Okay.
And the only thing I can think of is I looked at the actual from 2025, but that's my mistake because the actual 2025 at the time of this number was in May.
May, yeah.
So even had I doubled it, that's just a mistake by me.
It's the actual.
Sorry.
It's okay.
So yeah, Susan's right to put it back.
This is a good example of going to the fiscal year, which the 25 action is so small, but we got so much of the year.
That's right, correct.
Well, we really rely on the year prior more than we do the
More than
current
we do
year.
the Yeah. I actually, when I'm looking at them, that's why I give you 3 years, because I literally look at over a 3-year period to kind of decide, you know, and I may go do some digging.
Well, I can't say this.
Okay.
What administration and the chairman's recommendations are both considerably lower than what was actually in 22.
On 318,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
22 was 337,000.
Yeah, but look at 23's actuals at 301, and then look at the 24 actual of 308.
Still both of them on 300,000.
Yeah, but the administrative suggestion is 318, which is 10,000 above.
But yours was 262.
Yeah, but that's only because I messed up on the 45 and the 10, because I didn't take into account that was in May. I thought it was in August.
So we need to disregard your.
Yeah, disregard my column on that one altogether.
So, Alan, on the gasoline, we did back off of that one, because you had asked for.
Hopefully, gas price will stay steady, so we should be all right.
All right, because I was looking at it, in 22 was the highest that it was 218 then.
Yes.
So do you think 2 is okay on that? Or are you
It's
more
a random-
comfortable in
Well, I think
It's a random guess.
You know, we're adding employees, we're adding vehicles, we're not selling as many vehicles as we're keeping. You know, so we're putting more stuff out in the fleet.
Well, the other scary part about the sheriff is, we don't control what he buys. We don't even oversee the purchase orders, and I'm by no means disrespecting the sheriff when I say this. But a deputy will come over and say, I need tires because the right rear needs a tire and gets all 4.
And I will give you a heads up on that one. If my guys do not think it needs one, I do now we will replace the one if we know that bad, but we will make them get approval from Sheriff, Jeff, or Jimmy. If they say replace the whole thing, we'll replace all of it.
Yeah.
But if it does boil back down to us, making the judgment call.
There has been times
Yes.
that has happened.
It has happened, yes.
But we don't control those numbers,
That's right.
we don't control
That's
the
why we make
requests.
them get approval from them.
But this is all stuff that runs through your shop.
That's correct, yes.
They don't have a really
But he don't have a say
say
over
over.
Right.
But I think all the other line items, I think they were pretty close. I mean, like I said, this is maintenance, so it's all itemized. I mean, we are trying to upgrade every chance we get rid of the old vehicles, replace some new ones. Except for my department, I get all the old ones. We're not upgrading fast on ours. We keep on getting.
I was gonna tell you about the Christmas tree that's on in that expedition coming back from Canton yesterday. Every light in it's on, I don't know.
So you got the Christmas tree set.
I just duct tape over them and keep driving until she quits.
Till it quit. That's how I do it.
It's not left you on side of the road, that's good.
It has not.
And these aren't charged back to the individual departments.
964, this is your repair maintenance of all your vehicles.
We have
I
talked,
have that.
we have talked about doing that for, vehicle maintenance and for buildings and grounds. We had talked about changing our recording, the way we track that. To be almost like internally billed back to those
It
departments.
does need to be.
Maybe,
It needs, I mean, forgive me, but it needs to be that way, because
This department needs to show us zero.
We did do that in IT. IT used to be just one lump sum that covered all IT. Now we got a little bit of each department in it.
Well,
Same way with
Your
IT is done
service.
the same as this. I mean, basically, it is this department, but if you look down in that third set of numbers, it does have a program number, which is the department.
You're essentially
It's
charging
just-
it to each department.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
tracking, yeah,
That's right,
exactly.
it's just in one,
But
but if you're trying to get a whole,
if you're trying to get it in front of the department head, the sheriff, something like that,
just like Bobby, we'd have to increase his budget by 113,500, but technically I'm still over it, just looking at his right here since he's in the room.
It just wouldn't show up here, it'd show up on his sheet.
Yeah, which then you give
We can
that,
cut his.
and y'all, if y'all notice, I did put the IT portion on the bottom of each one of them, just because I wanted those department heads to one, pay attention to that,
Yeah.
because the software maintenance contracts for every department has escalated. Some of it is, just, you can't help it, I mean, it's just what it is, but others, it's like, no, well, maybe you could have, held off. And and at times, I do send them, if they call and ask about their vehicle, I'll send that to that department. But for the most part, it's kind of a little different, I guess, in one respect, except I didn't know that, they only needed one tire, now they've asked for 4. I didn't really see that part, and maybe that would be helpful if I send it to them every month. I don't know.
I'm gonna ask probably then what's another dumb question, but like the sheriff's department or EMS or road department, whoever that has a vehicle, how do they schedule regular maintenance?
They got a sticker in the top left corner, every 8,000 miles on regular vehicles, with the oil and changes, but it's in their responsibility.
To the vehicle operator?
Yes.
And forgive me, and here again, but this is just an observation on my part, because I buy trucks, and I don't like buying new trucks. So maintenance is a huge thing for us. And I've heard it echoed through the other guy that was in here that, technically, we don't have a preventative maintenance program. But we got big box Band-Aids,
Yeah.
And our vehicles, we don't rely on the operator to tell us when they get a gas, fill up with gas, they log in the miles on it. And then we have somebody tell them, it's time, next 2 weeks, it's time for you to schedule an oil change.
They do a pretty good job of that. They come in and they'll say, hey, I'm due for an oil change.
We'll get it within a couple of days, depends on how many
Yeah, we'll say, okay,
vehicles we got.
we need to
Sheriff's
get
Department's been really good. they just drop their vehicles off out front when it's time, and then we service them within a day or two, and then we just drive them around, and they come pick them up.
They normally let us know what's going on with the vehicles, if there's anything outside the norm.
Yes.
And for sake of argument, all manufacturers are junk at this point. There's not one particular vehicle we work on more than others, whether it be Dodge, Chevrolet, or Ford. We're seeing massive amounts of, what I would normally call unnecessary. They don't make a 7.3 anymore, that's all I'm gonna tell you. And if it's a Ford, it's a DEF problem. If it's a Chevrolet, it's a transmission problem. If it's a Dodge, it's a motor problem. And that's just picking your litter, and it's gonna happen right regular. That's probably the most. DEF is the biggest problem we have out of our ambulances because they're Fords. Sheriff's vehicles, the Chevrolet trucks or the Dodge pickup trucks, it's a motor or a transmission. And it's 60,000 miles when it happens. They don't make a good card on that. And then our accidents is, we're gonna have to look at a policy on that. Our accidents is unbelievably high. A lot of them's deer. If we was in Wilkes County, we wouldn't even have a car. I'm just honest. The magnets, I don't know if it's the lights that attract them or what, but we hit them constantly.
But off 64, we go to Department 65, which is the actual road department. All those numbers look. All right, now do their, we'll manage what we can manage. Go from there.
What's the decrease in your wages?
I think I put a note out of it. Number of employees reduced during 2025. So like, I think some of them moved around to maybe 75% or something. It was something, when I went, because I kept looking at it thinking, what in the, you know? But it had to do with the number of employees and whether they're full-time or part-time or whatever. It was the
We
shift.
should not have any road department employee that moved from full down to part-time.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
Who?
Jack just went
Jack.
2 weeks ago. I got,
Jack who?
Anderson. I got.
Oh, senior center. What'd you say?
No. Road
Jack
department.
Anderson.
I don't know.
He's one of
New one?
no, he's been here a couple of years ago.
Apparently,
Yeah.
he's always out working and he's not there when you're around.
I know there was a few at the beginning of the year, I can
Something.
remember that, and then there's one that's been having a lot of health problems, your wife has. And they dropped
I got Greg at 24 hours a week, and I got, Wayne, Jack, and Joe at 3/4 hour.
Yeah.
Those
There was
three
just
got
a lot of
3/4 hour.
changing from when we set that budget last time to this time. Because believe me, I went back and dissected that one, because I kept looking at it thinking, something is wrong.
Yeah, I saw one that was true.
Well, that concerns me that I gotta fill that gap.
There still should be one or two
And there
available
was some
positions.
open positions.
Yes, okay, as long as those are still in there.
They're still there.
I need to make sure, because
So I get you, believe me, I didn't.
I didn't have enough help before they went 3/4 time, so that means I'm gonna need more help now. Okay.
Any other question on that? Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. No, I'm just concerned in the decrease in that from the 2024 actuals is basically, you know, you're not asking for much more than what you actually spent in 24 and what we appropriated in 25. I mean, you're $75,000 less. That's
It's part-time wages, right?
But the 75% went up. I mean,
Oh, I
that's,
see.
you see what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, I see that, yep. Okay.
It's just the shift.
Okay, I see that now.
Up 7,000.
But I can't remember exactly how many open
I think I
positions,
should
but
have
it
at
was,
least two.
yeah, at least 2 on there that still have been filled.
Okay.
No, it's okay to ask, because look, I did not think it. I did, it was driving me crazy.
I just don't want Derek to be working on weekends.
Right. And then the other big one on this budget was we did decide to move 300,000 of the,
Yes,
bridge supply stuff. We moved it back into,
Well, it
Well,
was actually your
26.
gravel that y'all
that's how
asked
it
us to put in there.
Yeah,
They took it back up.
yeah.
Paint bridge supplies.
Good. Well, and then the other big one was the uniforms. Todd actually did take that one down to 1,000, but he had a note buying 25. So are you gonna be good with that?
We'll make it work.
Yeah, what I wanna do is get a list of sizes and shapes and get it to me, and I'm gonna call and see if I can't have them all at one time, so I can just go over there and spend an hour, say I need this many, and have all the different things labeled out with sticky notes, get them all ordered at one time, so we can receive them all at one time, but it'll just keep me having to keep pushing that number down the road.
So what's the difference between the 25 appropriated and the 26 requested? Because 26 with the gravel is still lower than 25 that was appropriated, by almost $200,000. And that includes the 315,000 for gravel.
Which category?
What do
So
you
for
think?
2025, we appropriated, 1.868 to the fourth column.
Okay,
That's what we budgeted for this year. But for 26, Alan is requesting $1.6 million,
right.
which includes the $315,000 in gravel.
Yeah,
So where is that difference?
look at that LMEG expense,
The LMAG and your
that's
wages.
300,000 right there. And then you got another 100,000 in the street and road expense in that brown,
Yeah, it's listed.
yeah.
Yeah, so your wages were more in 25. Your LMAG
Right.
is a lot more or somewhat more, and, in 26, we got more money. In fact, I'm looking at this kind of like, so the LMAG for 25 is at 919. I'm thinking that gray line, I may have a problem right there, baby.
Okay.
I keep looking at it thinking, why is it, but it looks like maybe something comes over that. I need to go look at it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you caught that.
It's just like the 919 didn't come out.
Didn't, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go back and look at that line.
Well, it should almost be the same.
It's
Yeah,
gotta be.
it's gotta be
in there.
pretty
It's
close
gotta
to
be.
this.
That would be
Yeah.
the answer to my question.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there's something wrong right there with, something got shifted up, it looks like. I'll go back and double check it.
We'll go to transfer station 71, 72. Biggest thing me and Derek were talking about right before he left and everything, he has seen it in Clark County, there's been a big concern, solid waste. Other counties bringing their trash to, you're saying Clark County is bringing theirs to Madison County because their fees are so high. We were looking at that real fast, we're waiting on some numbers, the regional commission is getting together from all of our region, and we're fixing, I know it happened up there in Harts.
Correct.
Somewhere up there, one county went up, the other county saw a huge increase.
Correct.
So they're working on, but I think they just bumped theirs, I think they actually doubled their tipping fees.
So is that services collecting in other counties, then that also
Yes.
serve us and then bringing their trash here?
Bringing their trash from other counties, yes.
We're going to get in line with the surrounding counties to stop
Yes.
that.
That's that will be happening within the next month.
Yep.
We come before y'all, that's what me and Derek were just talking about a minute ago, I said, yes, that's already happening already.
Gonna be a little commercial customers.
It's gonna be something I wanna ask y'all is if we want a difference between the residential, our county people, other county people, and then your commercial
You
home.
shouldn't be accepting anything that doesn't have a Madison County tag on the bill.
We try not to.
Try not to, but that's a hard thing.
That's putting the
Way
camera on the side of the building to see what the name on the
Well,
tag is.
That's-
Well, way we're set up and everything else, we
Make
just-
certain.
Well, commercial haulers, we shouldn't be accepting them anywhere, because none of them are confined to Madison County. Because I follow the same trash truck that comes literally in the afternoons from Clark County into Jackson County and into Madison County, literally every day.
The only thing is go there and make our fees as much as everybody else's.
That's right,
So they got no advantage to bring it to us.
that's right.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all know, coming up in the zoning and everything else, there is gonna be a transfer station person that wants to put one over there off James Holcomb Road in the county and everything. He's already zoned, it's in the business industry, he just needs a variance to put it over there because he's not putting a landfill in, he just wants to do it just like us, put a commercial sanitation, transfer station in.
He actually has all legal right now to do so.
Yes.
It was
So that's gonna be
a
coming up.
request by Mike Pruitt to
Next
ask
October, I
for
think.
variance. So later down the road.
I think it's October, I think he said.
And he's gonna be crossing the railroad tracks to do that?
Yes. Right there, James Holcomb. Right there, right across from AAA sanitation.
But in my opinion, answered your question, commercial fees match everybody else. Residential fees, what's appropriate, the thing that, in my mind, you have to be careful of, if they start ramping up too much, we get a whole lot more on the side.
There you go.
Right.
Same thing with our tires and everything, they actually increased up to a $75,000 yearly grant, so we still keep getting those 2 times a year, but our costs went up because all of our tires have to go to a recycling center. So I think our last amnesty we just had in the spring was 42,000. I think we did 6 trailers in the spring.
So there will not be a tire left in this county.
Should not be,
But there is.
But there is.
everywhere.
Well, that's because they come from Clark County.
Yeah, but yeah, Denny's right, they don't have Madison County tag to go across our
That is-
scales unless they're commercial.
Well, on the commercial, I have seen our guys over there ask for manifest, literally. And say, hey, where does this come from? And it was one of those, because now you can rent roll-offs yourself from like Home Depot, and you can rent the truck to drive it. And it came in, and they said, oh, here's the address, and it came off of somewhere on Roger Mill Road, that was remodeling
Still,
the
I
house.
consider that commercial.
Well,
That ought to be C and D anyway.
Yeah, well, they did everything but C and D. They had all the debris from the house, the curtains, and unfortunately, I don't understand what the difference is, but between a dresser and
There
a
you go.
couch and everything
We can
else.
accept any furniture, you can go bring any furniture you want to down there. But if it's construction debris, no, we cannot take
You
construction.
couldn't do before, but you
I
can.
never understood that one was
That's crazy.
any desk, dresser, whatever else, that thing, right, we throw it, bring it, and accept it.
Anyway, all right.
But that.
We probably need a better
before you-
policy there too. Again,
Yeah.
that's a policy.
We can address all that at the same time, and we can revamp the whole thing.
All right.
That's
So,
something we were looking at.
What numbers do you see here?
I was gonna say, just keep in mind that his new revenue increases were not in the top of these revenues, because we didn't know what they were.
I think you did increase a little bit, I think, did you not? Maybe not, I don't know, so.
Well, I did 300,000 and we ended at 338.24, so that's what I
Okay,
based
yeah,
the 300,000 on. So I didn't increase it,
Okay.
but.
I think the overall numbers, I think will,
Yeah, I do think this ought to be a money-making department too.
well, it definitely is not.
Yeah, it's not. We can go to that.
We just, yes.
And again, I'm concentrating on commercial.
And the other one would be recycling also. What y'all's feeling on recycling?
That is a money pit.
On the people that's in the county that does recycle, should they be charged for recycling?
12 of them.
No, there's more than 12.
I know, but
There's a good many that actually recycle.
Yeah.
'Cause technically, the only thing we actually make money off of right now is cardboard and cans. Only 2 positive things in recycling us, we make anything off of.
They just scrap.
Other than that, it's, scrap metal, yes, but that's totally separate.
It goes into a whole separate
Yeah.
thing. I mean,
Any of your
I'll.
bottles, plastics, papers, all that stuff, it does cost us. But we are not charging the citizens to recycle.
I can tell you that Waste Management over Danielsville before I left,
So,
they would still hand you the recycle thing, if that's what you wanted to do. It was not recycled, because he said they could not afford to do that any longer. They were going in the hole doing that. So the customer might put their little recycle basket out there, but it went right into the truck with everything else. That's how it worked.
That's where we're getting close to the point of, we don't wanna keep, we're taking it straight to the, well, I'm doing eliminate recycling altogether, but then you got
We need to
several upset
revisit all
citizens in the
those
county.
policies. Let's do that there instead of today.
it sounds like what you're saying is recycling is cardboard, and that's it.
Cardboard cans and metal.
Aluminum, your cardboard, aluminum, metal.
Not some metal, actually goes in the metal pile, we actually don't separate it out, so.
And you don't get anything for it, really, when you sell it.
So, I'll get your feeling on that.
And I appreciate the thought, obviously, this cost, and that's it. I think it's, I mean, I go through the recycle bin, I think it's important, not to just dig a hole and put stuff in the ground, but I get the dollar issue.
Because what did we,
Yeah, it's, I don't know how you fix it either.
Batteries, big one. You just saw the dump truck the other day that was on fire, and that come actually from a vape battery. The batteries, yeah, it caught fire inside the dump truck, caught that truck on fire. But they still ain't got a way to do anything with the lithium batteries. Battery drills,
So what is-
they're saying do not throw a battery in a landfill.
that's what I was saying, yes.
What does it cost us to operate the recycling? What do we spend on the recyclable stuff that does not?
Actually, it looks like 24 was 68.84, if I'm looking at the right line item, that's what, I mean, it's not astronomical, but still, it is a cost to us. If you throw it in the trailer, it's still gonna cost something, but it should be less than this. And we actually take all of our stuff to Clark County. Clark County used to not charge us for it, yeah.
Okay.
Clark County used to not charge us for it because all of our stuff was so clean, it made their stuff better. But since recycling has become what it is, they charging everybody now. They got to.
It's around $6,800 a year.
It's not astronomical, but still.
But it's not just about the
That's a loss.
6,800, it is a massive hassle and headache
We
to
have
keep
to,
up with.
they come get our
You got a
hook
lot of
truck,
labor doing that, probably.
one of their guys hooks up the containers, takes them, tarps them, takes them out there, come back. He normally makes 2 or 3 trips in a day every 2 to 3 weeks.
Charge the same thing for the recycling. Well, they bring it in bags, boxes?
Only just in cars, in the
But
car.
weight, do they cross the
No,
scale?
they do not. They actually go to the right.
Drive across the scale and charge them good.
Say, the scales are
So
moving
here's,
house.
yeah, so this is one of those things that I just to rethink what we're doing. So, yeah, we're gonna get through budget year, but just think of, bring us a recommendation based on some numbers. What do we need to do with this?
And I think,
We're spending this much labor, we're spending, so I can reduce our staffing by, you know, so just give us a picture of all that and tell us what we need to do.
yeah, but once, I know it'd take him probably a year and a half, probably get that other building built and everything else. So that should help with our numbers also, bring our numbers down. I don't think we wanna do away with it, cause it's gonna be an inconvenience to us. For Saturdays, I know he wants to be open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, 7 to 4, whatever. But still, I think our citizens like the Saturdays, and then us being open after 2, 6 o'clock, or 5:30, we'll take me open to. So the after hour stuff and everything.
We'll talk about all that in a second.
Yeah.
All right, what else, Al?
Don't do it.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
It's painful this process has been. We get a lot of good information. This has been a good exercise. Sorry, we're out of luck.
I knew that was gonna be the case.
Like I did it in reverse.
I only got the last of it.
I'm hoping y'all saved a bunch too.
Department number or-
We're on next uniform, you get, looks like national ambulance.
Help us all.
We talked about EMS for the past 2 days also in Canton.
Oh, yeah? What'd y'all come up with?
It's one of the priorities to increase, reimbursement fees. They're going to lobby Medicare for a higher increase pay.
That'd be nice.
All of it's still gonna be negotiated at the floor level, but, some of the priorities of the upcoming legislation that we voted on. A lot of it do with EMS, reimbursements
Good.
and mileage.
It's way down.
Mileage.
It's just been that, and it's been that way for.
There was even talk about, services offered on the ambulance, some reimbursement fees.
And that would, honestly, if we got reimbursed for it, we could offer more and almost do like a community paramedicine thing, but they just don't pay for it. But you could almost go out to your diabetics that, you go out to all the time and kind of, some counties are paying for it, but it's almost like home health care, essentially. It's more of a service that the county's offering, but there's just no reimbursement for it. So,
Well, I did learn also that we are probably one of the very highest, actual reimbursed counties around.
we have a very good billing
Because
rate.
what we're referring to there is the billing, transport billing. We receive about 40%. So we have a 60% loss, and believe it or not, that's extremely low. A lot of counties run in the mid to low 30s. Some are in the 20s.
Right.
On reimbursement. And we're actually in the 40% reimbursement, which made us literally top tier.
Right. Yeah, she does a really good job.
Yeah.
She also does really well with, one, sitting down with the older people, helping explain things, setting up payment plans, all that kind of stuff. And we process some of those payments in my office, and she's always really easy to work with.
Yeah, we'll let them pay $5 a month.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, as long as they communicate with us and just let us know, hey, we're trying, we're not gonna try to go after somebody's house or anything, as long as they'll talk to us.
Yeah.
Now, the ones that just ignore us for a year until they get to collections, then, we can't really help that, but as long as they'll reach out to us and talk to us, we'll take whatever they can pay a month,
Yeah. Sherry's also really well about running multiple insurances and really dissecting that for people who carry 2 or 3 different types of insurance.
Well, if they can lobby to get a Medicare increase, because they don't pay nothing,
Right.
just to be honest,
It's low.
but that'll be federal, so.
And some counties, like, they will, they raise their rates up so high, that's so astronomical to try to offset, because Medicaid is obviously our biggest client. They raise their, initial rates up so high that they try to offset some of that money, and all you're doing is punishing the citizens, honestly, because it's.
So they're taking the hospital mentality.
Yeah, essentially, that's.
To make up
Or a double hook for half.
Right, yeah.
Utility company.
I know this because we've talked about national, but, National runs Oconee County, they transported one of their firemen, like a broken leg, nothing crazy, $10,000 for like a 10-minute ride, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's terrible. It's terrible how they do it,
But they hope 1 in 100 will pay it to
Right.
make up for the 99.
That's right.
That's their mentality. It's just a hospital mentality.
Yeah.
All right. Bobby, what do you got that maybe I've cut or administrative?
So I highlighted, on my page, I don't know if y'all have the same page I do, but, so I'd asked for a 5% for the employees. I think that got knocked down to, I think it's 3%. Is that what you put it back to? Okay. So I can give you the numbers for the surrounding counties. We're about middle, a little below middle. I'd kind of like to get that up, but I understand, with the budget deficit that we've got, we're doing the best we can. So I think my guys will understand that everybody just gets 3%, it'll be fine. The next things that are highlighted on mine are the employee medical and employee volunteer. You had cut that down. So what that is, what I was telling Susan,
Some of my cuts may be because I didn't know, and I normally put a question mark on, but you're not seeing the question mark.
I didn't see the question mark.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know
I
what that
called and
is,
asked
so I
him what
said,
does volunteer medical.
Yeah,
but-
so it, you know, and a lot of these things, I try not to use if we obviously don't have to. It's just, like I told Susan, that's in case, like, we have things that are not covered by workman's comp, if there's vaccines or something that they push out, if there's some kind of new test that we have to send them to go get, you know, tuberculosis. Like, every now and then we'll get exposures to that, and it's not really covered by workman's comp, and it has to be done. So that's just the what it is. Okay, next. Maintenance control office, other equipment, that's the copier. I moved it up and I thought, like I said, I honestly don't remember why I moved it to 500. Maybe I thought some of the software stuff was on that, but it's actually not. I saw that below. So that can be fine, 300. That's about what, you know, what we've been spending or whatever.
Okay.
The routine, maintenance, small equipment, that got bumped down to 1,000. I think I requested 1,600. And what that is like if, like, we have to have tools and certain small tools on the ambulance. If they get used or if they get broken or whatever, then we have to replace them. And that's where that comes from. A lot of times we don't use it. A lot of times it sits there, but it's one of those things, if they break one, you know, a sawzall or something, it gets pretty expensive really quick. So, that's the reason I left it up. Like I said, we don't always use a lot of it, but it's kind of necessary to kind of have it there just in case. The travel, food, and lodge, all that goes back to just because it's expensive to travel at this point. We send myself and Jen, and I should probably break it up, but a lot of times we have multiple conferences because of EMS and EMA. And a lot of times we just use this line item. We don't necessarily use the travel and stuff out of EMA. We just pull it out of all this. So that's the reason that it's up. And because of COVID and the way that all that hadn't been used a lot, as far as some people just haven't gone back after the pandemic. But I anticipate that more people will go to be traveling and doing education. Education and training, you had bumped that back to 45. The only thing I can say to that is on about every 4-year cycle, we have to go through, and this is one of those cycles where ACLS and all the alphabet courses that we require to take in the state, they push new material out every 4 or 5 years.
yeah,
And it's
okay.
this year.
Sometimes it's a random, it's like an election.
That's
Okay.
right. So, this is one of those years where we're gonna have to go by all new ACLS stuff, all new CPR stuff, all new PAL stuff. It's just that year, because they do research stuff every 5 years and new material, and we have to buy it, so we have to provide it.
So do you need 6 there, or 5, or what do you?
I think we would be fine at 5. I put 6 just to be a little cautious, but considering everything, we can put it at 5.
Okay.
Yeah, you just to understand, when I get them, I get these sheets like this, and
I know you
I'm only
don't
working
know.
off history,
Right.
but
That's why it's important to put those notes in and
Yeah,
note
right.
column over
yeah,
there.
that tells me this hits every 4 years, so I know
Right.
that this is the year.
That's right.
Notes is important for Todd, because I don't know.
Right, right. So professional licensing, and it's the same way. We all recert every 2 years. So 1 year we'll get hit with the majority of people getting recerted. So if you figure it up, it's $2,100 for the 28 employees, and then Cherry's recertification for billing is $1,500. So we're going to hit that every other year. Now some years may be $400 because only 5 of them's on that recycle year, and then the next year is going to be the majority of it. So like I said, 2,100 and 1,500. So that's essentially what
A
our
lot of
max
times,
could be.
Okay.
So a lot of times I can look back and say, okay, so I can see it
Yeah,
hit,
right.
all right?
So that one probably needs to be more somewhere around the 4,000 mark then?
Yeah, because like I said, my math is right, it's 2,100, for everybody, employee-wise, and then 1,500 for charity.
That'd be 3,600. So if we go to 4, that gives you a little wiggle room for something else. 'Cause, well, in here you also have, let's see, you have the DPH, Georgia Medic renewals. Is that what that is?
That's our license.
Okay. And then there is a Georgia professional license at $70 per license annually, right?
Right.
Okay, so I might need to sit down. That was the two,
So the one
that.
so the one of the things that has gone down on this, and we had talked about it, if you look back, it has decreased.
Yeah.
We don't pay ambulance license fees anymore.
Yeah.
They done away with that. So that's the reason it went way down. We were, the last year or so, we've kind of been trying to gauge it to see, to make sure they weren't gonna put them back, but so far they've stuck to it. So we don't have to pay ambulance license fees
Okay.
anymore. So that took it
We
way
still
down.
have to pay the, on-road tax.
Yes. We should.
That's the stupidest
That
thing
is
ever.
very stupid. That's in dues and fees, if you look, wherever that is on this page.
It's, under the travel,
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
3,400.
We should not have to pay that. I don't know why we do, but that's,
I mean, I get it if we were a private corporation,
right, I agree.
a national, as Dennis said. I get that.
Yeah,
But if self-contained, government should not be paying that.
I agree.
Who's that paid to?
The state,
The state is impact fees, is
Yeah.
road impact.
it's a road
fees.
impact fee.
Road impact fees.
It's my understanding from it, like I said, I don't write the check, I think that just goes to state and finance, but.
There's actually, and I know this because we don't pay fees for schools and government entities. There's actually an ordinance where the state or a county or any authority having jurisdiction cannot bill another government entity with things. That might be something to talk to Mike about. It's no dollars in here. But if it's, the same thing holds true for ambulances, they could come in here one day and say, where's your dump trucks?
Yeah.
Where's your road, you might ask Mike
This
about
is
that.
specific on ambulances.
Yeah, and
It's some crazy thing they got just for ambulances. It don't affect our dump trucks.
And we don't, I know this is public, we don't pay on all of them, they don't charge us on all of them.
I know.
So it's, they just pick and choose,
They
like,
pick and choose.
it's so random and it's so ridiculous, but again.
Just don't pay it.
Well.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so the first responder supplies, I think we're fine at the chairman's mark on 6,000. We have, that's one of those things I think we'll be fine with that. The small tools, and small equipment on capital is like our suction units and things like that. If, again, I try not to use it and spend it, we don't just replace them to replace them. It's one of those that when they break and then, they're $5,000 a piece. So it's, we try not to spend it, and again, I try to be real frugal with that money if I don't have to, but one bad thing goes.
I would like to be able to tell you that we didn't have to be frugal, but it's not, to a certain extent.
Right.
But it's gotten to the point now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't worry about this 2 years ago, seriously.
Right.
It was a given. I knew what I was gonna do. Now I'm
Right.
struggling.
The furniture and fixtures, I haven't spent any, this is the first year that I've gotten that, so we hadn't spent any of that money yet. If we do build a new station, we should probably leave that, and the reason is because we have no way to buy furniture. Because after this loss is done, and pretty much we've used that money to buy trucks. Once it's gone, the new one, I don't think we're gonna be able to buy buy things for the furniture like that in that new supplies. So that's gonna be, going back to what we did before and bringing it from home and it gets,
Yeah.
it
We
gets
ran into
worse.
that last year, there was some stuff that got broke, and then I was like, how are y'all normally getting this? You're like, well, we just get it ourselves. So,
Well, up until a couple of years ago, that's the way it's always.
yeah,
Yeah.
The couches they sit on was somebody else's they were gonna throw away.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's just not the way we should.
And I've changed that and said, no, it's not for you to furnish your own TV or your own couch or your own kitchen chairs that you have to eat supper in.
That's right. Because, you know, what happens, and we've had really good employees, but what could happen is they're the ones that provide that stuff. When they leave, they can take that stuff with them. So you could, you know, essentially not have a TV at your station or a couch or a washing machine or anything, you know, so it's.
Yeah, it's an extension of your home on 24-hour shifts.
Right. They spend a third of their life there, so a lot of times they're gonna, you know, bring their own stuff anyway. So I get it. It's just, I feel like the major stuff we should probably provide.
Well, okay, what else, buddy?
Uniforms is the last thing on mine. You know, again, I try to be real frugal with it, and not to spend it if I don't have to. It's one of those things that we work in an environment that, you know, sometimes when we get stuff on us, we just have to throw it away. And, you know, one bad call and, you know, you're talking a $60 shirt, $100 pair of pants, $200 boots, it's gone in one instant.
You got 3 or 4 of them.
Yeah, and then you have, you know, a bad call where it's 4, you know, providers.
So if you'll look at my note on that, it's because I want you to order what you can in 2025, so I don't have to roll that total number over into 26. That's what my note is.
And I can do that, and, you know, we don't just replace, we're not on a schedule to replace uniforms. Like, so when they go bad or when they wear out, they just come to me and they tell me, we keep a little tally of, all right, you've had 2 pants and 2 shirts. So we don't just replace uniforms on a regular, unless it's getting.
And y'all do a lot of T-shirts too.
We do T-shirts, at night and stuff. Just, we've got these in case we have to go to court or, you know, especially during like the winter time, they'll wear these, because they look more professional. But, you know, we also let them wear T-shirts and stuff in the middle of the night when they're waking up, where they're not wasting much time. The T-shirts are super cheap though. I mean, that's, you know, we spend $400 maybe a year on that.
So for you, trying to buy up this year and deplete this really doesn't work so well as it would for other departments.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I said,
Well, yours and Michael's, let me just go back to, I don't want to talk about Michael's, just because he's different department. Well, yours, you stay on top of it. What we saw in other departments is departments that's really never had them, that really needs them.
right.
Animal controls, code enforcement, you know, they got 1 or 2 that they circulate around, and some days they wear their home, but I've said, if you're gonna be in front of the public, you need to announce who you are by way of shirt, at least. So those are the guys I'm asking to do it now, because they've sort of drugged their feet on it.
Right.
And the road department guys, same way, they used to have a supply company where we got uniforms, and then I think that went south somewhere, a couple of years back, I don't know. And I said, well, I still want a shirt for those guys, you know, because they're the face.
Right.
All right, what else?
I believe that's it. We had some IT stuff that we had talked about. I don't see that. I think that's on the back. I don't know any questions on that. We know highlighted on my page. So, that'll be, honestly, the IT part of it, that big jump this year is just because we're having to replace all these iPads. They're, I don't know, 8 years, 10 years old or whatever. So it's just, hopefully we can do that one time and not have to do it for another 8, 10 years.
And we had money already in 25, so they are gonna replace a few of them this
Right,
year.
we kind of started and
To be
tried
able
to
to keep
get a
this
couple of them.
down.
But it's, you know, there's 10 of them, so, and there's one up there, you know, what we figure out now, $1,500.
Yeah, something like that. It was a sizable little increase there than what we first had. But I fixed that. I went ahead and changed it.
So also, in my past couple of days in Canton, opioid funds. I talked to the director of Department of Health, something DDS, something was there. but they're on a grant,
Right,
not on a settlement.
right.
With John Daniels there, knowing that Cody County Chairman was one of them, I mean, the attorney was part of it. I asked him, hey, I need advice, how can I spend the money? He said, call your attorney. I said, I don't know. He said, well, call the attorney that was on the list. I said, we did.
We did.
You don't know? And he's like, I can't help you. He said, so what I would advise do is if you find a purchase that you wanna make and you, in your mind, believe it's opioid related, call the attorney and ask his blessing and then just buy it. If the attorney says, I don't see where it says you can't, I don't see where it says where you can, then buy it.
That's pretty much what we've done.
That's what we have done.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we've been doing,
Right.
but it's getting more complicated because third-party entities is wanting a part of that fund.
Right.
Right.
And
And I'm scared to go out and give that money away to somebody that I don't oversee that budget to.
And the thing is like we've talked before, I don't think we can hold them accountable. So I don't know, it would not be my recommendation for the county to get in the grant business.
No,
That is-
no, they want us to be.
I know they did, I know there's a lot of, there's counties that are doing it, Jackson County, we, you know, I talked to the county manager over there, and they're doing it. I don't know how they can hold those nonprofits accountable for the money, because they're not
I don't
gonna give
wanna
you
think they're
access
fraud.
to their books, they're not, so
I don't wanna think that they could be
You got no
fraud,
way
but there's going to be, at some point, somewhere in Georgia, there's gonna be a fraud on this.
right, that's right.
All right, gentlemen.
With that being said, then at the bottom of my big worksheet, I can just eliminate that whole little thing about the 50,000, right? We can just say no to them and go on.
They're coming Monday to present that.
Oh, okay, well, then I'll wait.
And I'm gonna have to explain to them,
But they may not know the difference, that there's grant funds versus versus settlement funds, and we have
and that's
settlement
what
funds.
we'll have to try to do a good job of. But, I just can't believe that you're gonna have a settlement of epic proportion, 200 million or $2 billion, and not in the settlement have rules to follow. Hell, that's in a divorce attorney. I mean, a divorce has settlement agreements.
Well, there's rules, they're just so vague that, I mean, nobody's willing, like the attorneys anyway,
But
not willing
on
to
the
stick
grant
their neck out
side,
and say it's
but on
okay.
the grant side, they're not vague.
No,
They
no,
can't
no.
build a hospital.
Right,
Like they wanting clinics through that BDHDS or whatever, to be able to service patients for jails that need to get them out of the jail and into a clinic, because there's mental issues there, and they can't use it because it's in the parameters.
right.
The grant's got parameters, but the settlement does not. Anyway, so I'm going to, well, we don't have a quorum, so we are adjourned. Susan, you have been able to take notes, you know
Yes,
everything that's
yeah.
been changed
And this
reasonably.
DMA was good, because we didn't do that.
Can you tell your legs, brother?
I don't think you have to read that.
Fidget as much as I can without my parents getting worried.
Glad I did
Thank
drink
y'all.
that coffee and make 3 bathroom breaks.
Hey,
Bobby, thanks, Bob.
Yes,
you
sir.
might wanna be thinking about joining us for, what do you think, Monday night when that guy presents?
Are they coming to the board?
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I can be here.
Well, it gets better in my, it was a good 2 days in Canton. I mean, it was really information packed.
On the
Next Gen 911,
Not
freaking train. That's gonna cost us $8 million.
Oh, yeah.
That's not right. And the thing is, we
That's why I
always,
make the deep cuts, so.
They want it to be acceptable, where if you crash your bicycle, your phone will alert 911 tell you have crashed and where your location is. They want to be able to pinpoint. This is all about cell phones.
we should have the option to opt out of that.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I know your day really wasn't planned to be here all day.
I was thinking till 9 o'clock, I mean, till 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, no, did you not read the agenda?
I'll have to schedule lunch in there.
They weren't willing, they'd rather wait, but that's all right. I'm gonna make it, you're gonna make it, we're gonna run now and grab lunch, then we're gonna go back.
Yeah. Keep looking at it.
I know, I'm tired of looking at it.
I think that we've gotten a lot of answers.
Oh, yeah, I think it's.